goes back that front seven. Those safeties, when their eyes are always looking in, if they can't run the football, it'll be a long day for the Nittany Lions.
Well, you look at both these teams so similar, both great defenses. You can protect the ball all you want, but who can run it the best and come up with a couple of big plays will be the key.
So we're going to talk about predictions right now. Coach, you've got a shocker for us, right? You're calling an upset in this one.
I got the Hawkeyes, 24-20, go Hawks!
I better run after I give this prediction. I'm going to go with Penn State, 21-17. This is the thing. They've been battle-tested on the road. They played Auburn. They've been in these moments. I give them the slight edge.
All right, I'm going 24-21. I got Iowa 24-20. Sorry. I got Iowa Hawkeyes at home, hostile environment. Should have delivered on one end of this coach today.
That's right.
I think Penn State's going to have a hard time running the football, staying balanced. I've got Iowa 2017, a low-scoring game.
Ready for the Hawkeyes? Hey, you've been teasing it. Reggie, did you see that Tyler Goodson is greater than Reggie Bush?
Is this heaven? No, it's Iowa. 5-0 Penn State versus 5-0 Iowa in the top 5 and the big one in the Big Ten. Thank you for tuning in and listening. Audio only, live watch, long reactions, live right here on YouTube for college football. Penn State at Iowa. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Iowa. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. Both the Nittany Lions and Hawkeyes about to take the field. Kinnick Stadium, Iowa City, Iowa, for a 4 p.m. Eastern kick on Fox as the blue and white hit the road for just the second time this season. First since a week 1 win at Wisconsin, 16-10. Iowa is a 2.5 point favorite at home, as they are the 3rd ranked team in the country, hosting the 4th ranked Penn State Nittany Lions. So both Penn State and Iowa with their back in black entrance, with Enter Sandman to enter the field of play momentarily. We'll have Gus Johnson, Joel Klatt on the call for Fox. Yes, America needs farmers, but as both Penn State and Iowa have 2 of the longest winning streaks in the country, today one of those will come to an end. So yes, America does need farmers, but either the Nittany Lions or Hawkeyes need to pick up a win to continue one of those 2 winning streaks. Iowa with an 11-game winning streak. They haven't actually lost since last Halloween, even though even should be longer than that, with a handful of games lost by less than 7 points, as Iowa has not lost a game by more than 10 points dating back to September of 2018. Now, Penn State's coming in on a 9-game winning streak, haven't lost since losing to these Iowa Hawkeyes the Saturday before Thanksgiving last year to begin 2020, 0-5 for the first time ever, but the blue and white have not lost since. However, when these 2 programs meet on the gridiron, 3 of the last 4 meetings have been decided by less than 6 points. 13 total, so expect a close game today. Iowa, once again, a 2.5 point favorite as the betting line closes. Now, last week, Iowa went to College Park, defeated the Terrapins. Penn State defeated Indiana last Saturday night at home in the stripe out. Iowa with their own stripe out here this afternoon as well. However, Penn State went to Wisconsin and we beat the Badgers in Bucky Badgers stripe out this year as well. So Penn State coming off a 4-game homestand, first road game since week 1. Both teams at 5-0, 2-0 respectively in the conference. Now Indiana's the common opponent with Penn State and Iowa. Week 1, Iowa defeated the Hoosiers 34-3. Last week, of course, as mentioned, Penn State shut out IU 24-0, as both Penn State and Iowa take the field. Now, along with, as mentioned, Iowa at home, final meeting between these two programs for a few years due to the Big Ten schedule going to reset. Everyone talking about offense and defense. I'm looking at special teams. I feel like whoever has the better third phase of the game today is probably going to pick up the win. Turnover is also going to be key. But defense wins you championships. Iowa only allowing 11.6 points per game on defense. Penn State on the other side only allowing 12 points per game on defense. And then on offense, of course, you got to score more points than your opponent to pick up the W. Iowa last week, Iowa all season long, as both teams are playing extremely well on defense, Iowa leads in turnover differential in the plus category. So keep that in mind with turnovers. Whoever doesn't turn the ball over, I feel like will also win this game. But Iowa on offense averaging 33 points a game, Penn State averaging 30 points a game. So, as mentioned, expect a close game, especially with this history dating back to when Lomax himself, Kirk Ferentz, took over for Hayden Fry in Iowa City. He's 9-8 all-time versus the blue and white, as he is the longest tenured Division I college football head coach at the FBS level. So dating back to when he began his tenure in Iowa City with, it's either go State or go Hawks today, fight on State, fight for Iowa. As mentioned, both teams now about ready to walk out for the coin toss. White capper this afternoon will be the Big Ten's favorite lead official in John O'Neill. So we'll see how the officiating goes here this afternoon. But Penn State and Iowa, it's always close. Always close. Hell, could go to overtime, could go to double overtime for the third time in the past 20 years since Ferentz has been at the helm. James Franklin on the flip side, of course, in his 8th season with Penn State, looking once again to start 6-0 for the third time in those 8 years. Penn State, first team since Tennessee in the late 1980s to one season prior begin 0-5. The next season began 5-0. Tennessee that year finished with a few losses, and now, of course, you look ahead to the remaining part of the schedule for Penn State with the bye week next week. Penn State's at Iowa today, at Ohio State at the end of the month, go to Maryland, who the Buckeyes beat just a little bit ago, Michigan and the Michigan State in as well, home and away. But we'll get to those games, of course, when they arrive on the schedule. Today, it's 1-0 mentality, one game at a time. Do your job. Standard's the standard. Penn State, though, in order for the Nittany Lions to pick up their third top 25 win of the season, second on the road, as mentioned, with defeating Wisconsin week 1. But then the schedule right now, I'm not going to be getting any easier with the bye week next week, and then homecoming for Generations of Greatness with Illinois, and then at the shoe. The Nittany Lions, one, have to find a running game. Whether it's Noah Cain, Kevon Lee, John Lovett, it feels to me both Devin Ford and Keziah Holmes have taken a back seat, but Ford's still in the return game. So we'll see, as mentioned, with special teams, if one of these two teams can step up in that category. Turnovers are also going to be big. Penn State on the flip side, on offense, finding a running game, they have to stop Iowa's running game with Tyler Goodson and Ivory Kelly Martin. Also got to continue playing great defense, maybe get a turnover or two. Special teams there as well in the return game. No missed kicks. Penn State's missed at least one kick in every single game thus far this season, a month in. So once again, keep that in the back of your mind. And then Penn State, play calling wise, finding a running game. Quit beating a dead horse with that damn tight end wildcat line formation that they're on with Tyler Warren, along with the wide receiver pass with Jahan Dotson. And then really, whatever trick plays do you have up your sleeve here today, Mike Yursich, as we see an aerial shot of Kinnick Stadium with the Children's Hospital next door will wave to them at the end of the first quarter, but a nice aerial shot in the stripe out with Penn State and Iowa about to kick off. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. But play the field position. Don't go for it all the time on fourth down like they've done at least early in the games so far this season. I don't mind going fast, but especially whenever it's not working half the time, you don't need to go hurry up all the damn time, and just keep it simple, work the clock, play the field. Don't do anything stupid today by any means either. No penalties, no turnovers. Just, have some balance, consistency, and find a damn running game. Penn State has to find a running game in order to win. Of course, stop Iowa on offense as well. But I feel it's going to be won today on defense. Whoever plays better on defense, what defense bends but doesn't break, along with, the turnovers. Either Penn State will defeat Iowa or Iowa will defeat Penn State. 60 minutes of football, maybe some extra time if we get there, but we're about to kick off from Niall Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City, Iowa, in the first top 5 Big Ten matchup not featuring Ohio State since 1997, in which Penn State lost to Michigan that afternoon. As there is James Franklin, there's Kirk Ferentz, who is the longest tenured head coach in Division I college football. It'll be Penn State on to kick off, Iowa back deep to receive, and the ball falls off the tee. So we're going to have to get a re-kick from number 98, Jordan Stout. Audio only once again this afternoon. Some technical difficulties just prior to going live. So that's why hence you see the black screen. I know it's been like this for a few streams as of late. Gonna try here eventually to get everything back up and working and running just perfectly fine the way it's been as of. And now, okay, ball falls off the tee again. Penn State's going to have number 0, Jonathan Sutherland, come on to hold for the kickoff. So we'll see if wind plays a factor this evening or not. Already is here a little bit. And Oklahoma comes back and defeats Texas. Somehow picked up another win. But in the meantime, from Duke Slater Field, Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City, we're underway with Penn State and Iowa. So a touchback on the opening kickoff. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Hawks from the 25-yard line. Number 7, Spencer Petras, who he's a good quarterback, had a few rushing touchdowns last Friday night against Maryland on the road, but he's not a running QB. He's more of your pocket passer that Iowa always seems to have, that, at the quarterback position, at least for both these teams in history. 1st and 10 from 25. Petras over the middle. It's going to be caught and then dropped. Incomplete. And it'll be now 2nd and 10. So, average quarterback, can sling it, he's reliable, and that's all you really need at the quarterback position. And it's at least for Ferentz and Iowa, worked out for the past 23 years, regardless of who's playing. It all starts up front, though, with the Hogs, as they hand it off to Tyler Goodson, who gets 9 yards on that run. It'll be 3rd and short here for the Hawkeyes on their opening drive here, about 15 seconds into the ball game. And as always, coming up the half, first half stats and scores, along with taking a look around the rest of college football. As mentioned, Oklahoma somehow just won again. I don't know how, but yeah, we'll get into that, along with the barn burner we had with Arkansas and Ole Miss. Got a other Big Ten game on right now with Wisconsin and Illinois, as we saw Ohio State defeat Maryland and Michigan State defeat Rutgers earlier as well. So Handoff on 3rd and short, first down for the Hawkeyes. Petrus is a good quarterback. I mean, hell, he came right into Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium last year and defeated the blue and white with, no fans, but Penn State, that game last November before Thanksgiving, turnovers absolutely killed them. Play action. Petrus rolling out, going to be caught at midfield. That's a first down for Iowa, as Luke Lachey makes the catch for about 12 yards, first down and 10 for the Hawkeyes. But yeah, it's a balanced play action offense. Starts up front, you're on the ball, open up play action. First down pass there for the Hawkeyes. I mean, you go back to Ricky Stanzi, you go back to, of course, CJ Beathard. Now you got Petrus after Nate Stanley, and it's consistency. It works. And, with that pass to one of the 2 starting tight ends for Iowa is tight end U, and now we got an injured Penn State Nittany Lion down. It's number 97, PJ Musford, which is not a good sign here, not even 2 minutes into the game here this afternoon. So we'll take a commercial break. If you're just now tuning in, we just kicked off with Penn State and Iowa in the big one in the Big Ten here this afternoon. Iowa starting a good drive, but Penn State in the meantime with an injured defensive lineman in PJ Musford once again, who has a few sacks this season. We'll see how the pressure is on defense. But yeah, injuries, I don't care who you are, who you root for, whether injured player on your team, opposing team, injuries never a good thing. Hopefully he's all right. I feel like he just got twisted up and he's hopefully going to be good to go once we return. But Penn State kicked off. Of course, boos started to come in on the kickoff because third time's a charm, because the ball kept coming off the tee. Penn State had to get a holder out there for Stout to kick off. And since then, Iowa's been able to, for the most part, like I said, somewhat drive here and get into Penn State territory on the right side of the 50 now, knocking on the door, but an injured Nittany Lion with the commercial break. So that's where we stand at right now. And back once again, sorry for the black screen with the audio only once again here, but audio only, live watch, live interactions. Believe me, I was ready to go to do my normal stream. Of course, you can see video rather than just hear and look at a black screen, but some technical difficulties that I was not expecting, and then timing not on my side in that regard for, of course, kickoff to this game here with Penn State and Iowa. So roll with the changes. You got to do sometimes. So here we are. But thank you once again for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So our games currently have on Penn State, Iowa. We will also put on Auburn and Georgia, with Wisconsin, Illinois, and Boise State, BYU. 2nd and 11 after the injury. Petrus over the middle, incomplete. Back to 85, double L. And now 3rd and 11. Okay, 3rd and 11 from the 49. We'll get reset here in a moment. I feel like we're all over the place right now. Out of the gun, backs to the left and right. Petrus just going to throw it away, incomplete, out of bounds. And Penn State's going to hold and force a punt on Iowa's opening drive after giving up the big first down run there on third down a couple plays ago, and then the injury and a defensive stand. Penn State getting up the ball here for the first time this afternoon. So Jahan Dotson, number 5, back deep to receive for the Nittany Lions. As it's going to bounce inside the 10, take a good bounce, down at the 2. I don't know if that ball hit the goal line, because if it did, that's going to be a touchback. I'd want to take a look at that right now. That was close, but it's downed right now at the 2-yard line. The ref's standing right there. No, it hit the 1, bounce. No player was in the end zone when he touched it, so Penn State going to start with as worst field position as they could possibly start with today. 1st and 10 from the 2-yard line. Got the length of the field to go. Out of the gun, Clifford going to roll near side. Don't take a sack. He gets rid of it. It's going to be picked off. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. Couldn't have asked for a worse start. What the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Run the damn ball. Don't roll out on a play action out of the gun, end zone to your back. Get tripped up and just throw it away. I mean, at least he didn't take the safety because he almost went down on the sack, but then he threw it behind the receiver as well, and then is picked off. And now Iowa's got a 1st and goal, 1 play after a punt. Couldn't have asked for a worse start today. Just pathetic. Just make it stop. 2-yard run for Tyler Goodson up the gut. He's 2nd and goal now from about the 6-yard line. Oh my. Just. I don't even know what to say. I don't. Just absolutely. I don't know how he didn't get taken down in the end zone for a safety. Petrus looking to throw, and then good pressure, forces a incomplete pass. As he threw it out of bounds. I don't know why Clifford didn't throw it out of bounds. Decided to throw it behind the receiver for 1. The safety was going to come up, so it was going to be into double coverage if he would have waited an extra second. So we'll say it's double coverage. 3rd and goal now from the 6. Petrus going to go down on the sack back of the 16-yard line, and there's Arnold Ebiketie, AK-17, going to force Iowa to kick a field goal. Capitalize off the interception with that rather than a touchdown to take an early 3-0 lead. Kick on the way. Iowa's always had damn good kickers, too. I've always had the utmost respect for Iowa. Other than Penn State, of course, it's Iowa and Wisconsin. And then Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan State, Northwestern, Nebraska, probably in that order. For the teams I respect most in the Big Ten. Kicks up and good. They don't block it like they blocked Wisconsin's to start that game early week 1. As Penn State's on the road for the first time since then. I'm surprised we haven't heard from John O'Neill yet, our Whitecapper, here this afternoon. But, yeah, hopefully the officiating doesn't take over the game, especially late. But that's the thing with the officials. If it's a penalty, call it. If it's not, let them play. If it's questionable and you throw it and then you decide to pick it up, well then, pick the son of a bitch up. So, yeah, couldn't have asked for a worse start for Penn State here. You still don't want to, have them give up any points whatsoever. They started 1st and goal only got 2 yards out of it, then an incomplete, and then a sack. So they force a field goal, and they do hold. They only now trail by 3. They're going to get it back. But, I mean, it was a good punt. You pin them deep, and special teams already playing a factor here, as thought. And I don't get the play call, though. That's what I'm not. It's like, why don't you run the ball, get some breathing room a little bit, and then air it out? And with Clifford being a right-handed quarterback, why not roll out to the right side? He rolled out on a play action out of the gun, near side to his left, and then threw it behind the receiver. And, of course, the interception in Iowa sets up shot, 1st and goal. But then the defense holds, force a field goal, but still not a good way to start by any means. But typical Penn State football, it's you start slow and then pick it up a little bit later on in the game, and hopefully, 9 times out of 10, pick up the win. Or it's you start fast, slow and steady, wins race in the second half, and hope to hold on to win. At least the bye week's coming next week. Hopefully that's the only time I'm going to say that today. Because especially if they lose, I know I'll probably say it more at the end of this game a couple hours from now. But, you're 5-0 for a reason, okay? But on offense, you still can't run the football. They have to find a running game. Like I said, Noah Cain, who 2 years ago when Penn State played at Iowa, ran the clock out. And that's how Penn State ended up winning 17-12. Kevon Lee now in with the blue and white, along with John Lovett. And like I said, they got 5 deep in the backfield, but Devin Ford and Keziah Holmes sort of have taken a backseat. But maybe one of those 2 step up. I don't know. They have to find a running game. Defense needs to get off the field. They're not going to be able to, of course, stay out there all game long and hold, because eventually, I'm not saying they'll give up or give in by any means, but it's just going to be by that point in time in the game, they'll be dog tired, and especially then on offense when you still can't do anything. Well, then what do you expect? Expect a close one, though. These 2 teams always put on a good one. Fair catch signal at the goal line, be 1st and 10, Penn State from 25. So, all right, at least they get some good starting field position here, rather than from the 2-yard line. They'll start at the 25 here on the touchback. But, 3 of the last 4 meetings decided by less than 6 points. And, of course, Iowa last year, right here in Happy Valley, ended up winning by 20, 41-21. But really today, it's what defense bends doesn't break, because even with as many points both offenses are putting up, only a few apart. Clifford looking to throw in 1st and 10, going to be caught at the 42-yard line, 1st down. And Keandre Lambert-Smith on the reception. Penn State going to go hurry up here a little bit. I don't mind hurry up. I just don't like them going fast all the damn time. Like, slow it down a little bit. But bubble screen complete. Keandre Lambert-Smith again dances down the near sideline. Gets another Penn State 1st down, it looks like. See where they spot him out at. He might have stepped out about a yard or 2 shy. Be 2nd and short, it looks like. But both defenses are only giving up not even 10-plus points. So should be in for a good one once again. But enjoy while it lasts, because these 2 teams are going to be playing for a couple years. Okay, they only gave him 4 yards on that reception. I guess he did step out a little sooner than everyone expected. So now 2nd and 6. And then they hand off. Be 3rd down here for Penn State. Yeah, so not a good start. Of course, bad starting field position. You throw the interception. At least, like I said, they didn't give up a touchdown. They only had to force them. Iowa settled for a field goal, but they still trail now 3-0 on the road in the top 5 showdown. 3rd and 5 after pickup of 1. Trips a bunch top of your screen. Clifford once again looking to throw. Complete to Parker Washington right at the 1st down marker. He should have it. That's 1st down. Give it to him. 1st down, Penn State. So now under play here in this opening quarter. Penn State gonna try to get a drive going here. Iowa on their opening drive, same thing here. Converted on a third down, got a first down, of course. Drive ended up stalling. They punted, pinned Penn State deep, got the turnover, and then the field goal. So pass near side, incomplete. 10 for number 6, Cam Sullivan-Brown. So now 2nd and 10. Penn State once again here today. Getting the tight ends involved, whether it be Theo Johnson, Brenton Strange, even Tyler Warren, they need to do more of that. Play calling needs to be a little bit better, but plain and simple, get the running game going for one, then the playbook's going to open up from there. Continue to play good defense, rely on special teams, you'll be fine. 2nd and 10 from the 48. Clifford down the middle has a man first down. And once again, number 3, Parker Washington from Sugar Land, Texas on the reception. First down, Penn State. From the 32, out of the gun, empty set. 4 of those 5 receivers near side. Watch for a tight end screen, I bet. Yep. Complete to Brenton Strange. And he's going to lower his shoulder, get a first down, about 15 yards on the pickup. First down, Penn State. So they took 3 of those receivers near side, downfield. Strange did a little curl route right past the line of scrimmage, simple dump off over the middle, and he does the rest. Of course, about 12 yak yards for him and gets another Penn State first down. So 1st and 10 for the blue and white, knocking on the door in the red zone now from the 17, looking to take an early lead. Clifford looking to throw. Has to throw it away, incomplete. Time for number 5, Jahan Dotson. Get this damn running game going. Noah Cain's in right now. They'll probably do 2 series apiece to start with him and Kevon Lee, and then rotate in and out the rest of the way. John Lovett as well. So a 2nd and 10, Clifford. Down the middle, that's pass interference right at the goal line. No? Penalty flag comes in, thank you. There's a little contact there before he was able to catch it. Whether it's going to be a defensive hold or a DPI, it'll be a automatic first down for Penn State. That was intended for Keandre Lambert-Smith here again. So going to him early. Pass interference from John O'Neill. 15 yards, automatic first down. Yeah. There's contact there. I mean, he didn't tackle him by any means, but that's a good call. We'll see how these officials continue to do the rest of the way. But now 1st and goal from the 2. Handoff, Noah Cain in the end zone, touchdown Penn State. Touchdown. For the glory, we are Penn State. Nittany Lions, even with after a horrible start, one of the worst possible starts you can ask for, especially on a road in a big game like this against Iowa here today. They forget about it. They move on. 75 yards later on this touchdown drive, they punch it in from 2 yards out and taking 6, potential 7-3 lead here with this extra point from Jordan Stout on the way. Kick up and good. Penn State now leads 7-3 here early on, 8.5 to play in opening quarter. So Noah Cain with a rushing touchdown. Of course, yes, still have to find a running game that's going to be consistent the rest of the way, along with the rest of the season as well. But I mean, man, what a start here this first half of this first quarter. Penn State kicks off. Iowa's starting to drive, and then the defense holds, they force a punt. Iowa pins them deep. Penn State 1 play in from the 2-yard line. Clifford throws an interception. Defense holds again. forces a field goal. So Iowa had 3. Penn State then just on this last drive, like I just said, totally forgot about what just happened, put their head down, went back to work, fucking asked for it. And running game needs to be more involved, need to be more consistent. But Clifford airing it out there, really going to Keandre Lambert-Smith here early on. Good to see him getting involved. Of course, that tight end screen went for another first down as well to Strange. And set him up first and goal at the 2. And then, Kane ran it in for a touchdown. But, your chunk plays, chunk yards, move the sticks, keep it simple. Just move the ball, balance all at once, 6-minute game, one thing at a time, and go from there. And they were able to drive and score a touchdown to take an early 7-3 lead now on the road. So a 4-point lead here as Iowa will get the football back when we return here in this first quarter. But once again, thanks for tuning in and listening, audio only, live watch along reactions, live this afternoon, live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hit that thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Iowa, as we have a top 5 battle between 2 5-0 squads here in the Big Ten with the Nittany Lions and Hawkeyes. Penn State at Iowa. No, it's not heaven. It's Iowa. Kinnick Stadium, Iowa City. As both teams right now, at least the crowd is, they're feeling the power here about 7.5 minutes into this game. But like I said, too, today one of these 2 longest winning streaks in the country will come to an end. And now Penn State, once again on a kickoff, having issues with the ball coming off of the tee. And Sutherland going to come back on to hold. So the wind, a little bit of an issue here. Or I don't know if it's just that tee they're using, because Iowa didn't have any trouble kicking off. Maybe it's just that end of the field. Wind's coming in from behind and knocking the ball off. But here we go. Stout on to kick off. And we'll have another touchback. 1st and 10, Hawkeyes from the 25-yard line. Last year, when these two teams met, turnovers killed Penn State, and Iowa was able to capitalize. Ferentz that game picked up his 100th Big Ten win. He's looking for overall win 174 here at home this afternoon, as he once again is the longest head coach in Division I college football, the Pittsburgh native himself. But now Petrus under center, out of the eye. Iowa, Michigan, really the only 2 teams in the country, at least in the Big Ten, that still use a fullback here in 2021. Handoff, and Jesse Luketa, 40 on the stop. So Penn State on defense once again here, making some stops. Be 2nd and 10. Exactly. At least somebody's having some respect for Penn State and Iowa right now. Top 5 showdown this weekend. Nobody's fucking talking about the game. From the 24, Petrus looking to throw. Penn State going to take him down once again on a sack. Curtis Jacobs, 23 on that one. Penn State here, half in the first quarter. Penn State on defense with 2 sacks on Spencer Petrus already. So they continue to get after him all day. 3rd and 13 to come. Stopping their running game, because especially if you get a lead, they're not going to be running the football. You would think they'll be passing. The secondary is as strong as the front 4. Turnovers come into play. Special teams as well, maybe. Might turn in, even with after the start by both these teams, a long afternoon for one of them. A screen pass into the dirt, incomplete, fourth down. Iowa's going to have to punt again. As Penn State is stepping up 3 straight drives on defense. And really, 3 straight punts. Because that field goal, they didn't have really a whole lot of yardage to go. Of course, I got 2 yards and then kicked it after the interception. But once again, holding down the fort. If only the offense can get going, pedal to the metal, find a running game. As a fair catch by Dawson will set up shop for Penn State, 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line when we return again here. Another commercial break for Fox. In the meantime, though, actually earlier, watched Ohio State defeat Maryland, watched somehow Oklahoma win once again. They should have lost to Tulane, should have lost to Nebraska, should have lost to West Virginia, should have lost to Kansas State, and hell, they should have lost to Texas again today. But OU remains unbeaten. They come back and defeat the Longhorns. So I had that game on, along with the Arkansas Ole Miss thriller that the Hogs decided to go for 2 in the win after scoring a touchdown as time expired. Get into that final score at halftime, though. And then also on the Big Ten Network, Michigan State defeating Rutgers, and right now, Wisconsin, Illinois won. So, yeah, those 4 games from earlier: Ohio State, Maryland, Texas, Oklahoma, Ole Miss, Arkansas, and Rutgers, Michigan State. But now, from left to right in reverse order on the Big Ten Network, over to ABC, CBS, and now Fox, we got Wisconsin, Illinois, Brett Beal in the matchup. Of course, former Badger, now current Fighting Illini head man. Boise State, BYU, 10-3 Cougs over the Broncos as they near halftime. And then Auburn, a team Penn State defeated last month in the whiteout, as they went to LSU last Saturday night and defeated the Tigers Saturday night in Death Valley. Auburn's hosting the number 2 team in the country in Georgia. So with Penn State's win over Auburn, Line fans, if you are watching this game as well, or have any rooting interest on who wins, Penn State, you want Auburn to defeat Georgia, especially with Iowa right behind at 3 and Penn State at 4, and Penn State, Iowa on right now. And then Alabama plays at Texas A&M later tonight. Who would have thought the Aggies by mid-October would have lost probably 3 straight games if they lose, and probably will lose here tonight as Nick Saban once again goes up against another former assistant coach of his in Jimbo Fisher. A few weeks, and 8 o'clock on CBS after this Georgia-Auburn game. They'll be live from Cal Field in College Station. But back to Iowa City, Kinnick Stadium, Penn State, Iowa. Here as we near the end of the first quarter, with the first quarter wave to the Children's Hospital as well. But those are the current games I am currently watching. Penn State, Iowa, Georgia, Auburn, Boise State, BYU, and Wisconsin, Illinois. Back to it with Penn State and Iowa, though. Handoff from Clifford to 21. Noah Kane, as he gets 3 yards, 2nd down and 7. From the 32, out of the pistol. 2 receivers top, 2 receivers bottom of your screen respectively, as Penn State here in the first. Right to left across your television screen, radio and audio dial. Intended for number 5, Jahan Dotson, again incomplete, threw it behind him, as he's gone to Dotson 3 times, and all 3 have fell incomplete. Well, the one was actually picked off, but they can't connect today as of yet. Not on the same page. Parker Washington, Gunnar Lambert Smith had a few catches, of course, Brenton Strange as well. 3rd and 7, empty set 5 wide. I'd say halfback screen, but One, it's third down, and then two, there's nobody in the backfield. So Clifford gonna quarterback draw, tuck it and run. All right, good play call. First down run by him, out past the 40 to the 44, first down Penn State. Just move the sticks. Work the clock, run the ball, open up with the passing game. Of course, take your deep shots. First and 10 from the 42. Clifford gonna air it out a little too high, but Dotson able to come down with it for a pickup of 11. First down for the blue and white once again. First down, first down, first down. Just move the ball downfield. That's all you have to do. Okay? You want to get to the end zone, you want to score points, and you want to win games. Plain and simple. First and 10. Bubble screen complete to Cam Sullivan-Brown. Same play they ran near side to Keandre Lambert-Smith, who got 4 yards on that reception earlier. Cam Sullivan-Brown gets about the same before stepping out of bounds. So second down for Penn State here, 2nd and 6. Good to see Cam Sullivan-Brown back out there. He really hasn't played a whole lot this year. But Penn State going to work 4 receivers as Clifford going to go deep, and it's going to be picked off again at the goal line. Jesus Christ. Who, for one, the hell were you throwing to? And two, what kind of play call is that? There was pressure. I mean, the DN put 79 Caden Wallace on his ass. And then he got to Clifford, and Clifford just had to lob it up there. Intended for Dotson again. That's 2 intended passes to Jahan Dotson that have both resulted in interceptions. And we're not even at the end of the first quarter yet. Penn State, however, does lead 7-3. As Iowa gets another turnover. They intercepted Tulia Tagovailoa 5 times, had a total of 7 turnovers last Friday night on the road. They got 2 already here, not even 10 minutes in. First and 10 for the Hawkeyes, 4-yard run up the middle, so a touchback on that interception as well. Out to the 20. So first and 10, now 2nd and 6, 5:20 to play in this opening quarter. 7-3 Penn State leading Iowa. But, you know, for one, there's other players on offense you can throw the ball to. And there's more than running the same damn play over and over again, too. Like, turnovers. What I say, whoever doesn't turn the ball over is going to win this game. Penn State's turned it over twice. Turnovers absolutely fucking kill you. 2nd and 6, slant over the middle. In the meantime, it's picked off by Penn State. Number 1, Jaquan Brisker on the interception after it was intended for one of the 2 tight ends, whether it be 84 Sam Laporta or 85 Luke Lacey, with 4 for 4 to play in this opening quarter. And it was just deflected up in the air. It was 10 for 89, double L. And, yeah. Penn State right there. Right man, right time, and Penn State going to set up shop now, 1st and 10 with some good starting field position. From the 39, 1st and 10, and Kevon Lee now in the backfield, 2 yards for him. So they are going to go 2 series apiece. They do this every first quarter. Or at least the first 4 offensive drives, they do 2 apiece with the running backs, whether that takes us into the second quarter or not. It's 2 for Noah Kane, 2 for Kevon Lee. Then they'll rotate. Of course, John Lovett in the mix as well. But now, 2nd and 8, Lambert Smith in motion. Out of the pistol again. They're going to run that, I guess, a lot today. Clifford going to air it out on the near side. Has a man wide open. Keandre Lambert Smith gets inside the 10 down at the 6-yard line. 1st and goal for Penn State. Hey, if Dotson's not open, don't force it to him. Don't throw 2 interceptions again. Go to Keandre Lambert Smith. He's stepped up extremely well here. However, he's down injured right now, too. with an ankle injury, it looks like. Yeah, his right foot, once he landed, sort of just landed wrong. But then there's also Parker Washington, the tight ends, get those guys involved, especially in the damn red zone, for God's sakes. So, 2 Penn State injuries here early. P.J. Musfer on offense, on defense, now Keandre Lambert-Smith on offense. So we take another commercial break. Penn State, once again, knocking on the door. 2 interceptions by Clifford. Iowa was able to capitalize off the first with 3 points. They can on the second. They throw their own interception. So 3 total turnovers, 3 interceptions. And now Penn State's going to try to capitalize and punch it in to extend their lead here as we near the end of the first quarter. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But once again, turnovers. They kill you. And what I say a little bit ago at the start of this, whoever doesn't turn the damn ball over is going to win. Well, Iowa's still +1, but if both teams are going to be back and forth turning the ball over like this all game long, then it's okay. What defense continues to bend, doesn't break, getting the turnovers, getting stops. But then who capitalizes on offense? Who's going to do something there in that regard? Or if somebody does score then, or force some punts, whatever the case may be, the special teams aspect to it, who wins that phase here this afternoon? Because I feel like I said earlier, with special teams and turnovers, whoever doesn't turn it over and whoever plays better special teams, because everybody's talking about especially how good both these teams are on defense. Offense put up points as well. Everybody's talking about that. Well, you can't forget about this, that, or anything else in between, or the other. And I feel like, whoever doesn't turn it over and plays better special teams today is going to win this game. They're going to bring both Kevon Lee and Devin Ford into the ball game. Out of the gun, backs to the right and left respectively, 3 wide. Handoff, fake to give to Kevon Lee, and then a screen in the flat to Ford, who's going to get about 3 yards to the 4-yard line, 2nd and goal, with 3:40 to play here in this opening quarter. As Penn State, once again, is knocking on the door. 2nd and goal from the 4-yard line. Clifford, quarterback draw, tucks it and runs, gets in the end zone, touchdown Penn State. 13-3. Penn State with, as mentioned, find a running game. They have 2 rushing touchdowns, and they lead by 10. About to make it 11, hopefully, here with the upcoming extra point. So both teams now have capitalized off turnovers. Penn State, however, up, though, by 4. Because Iowa with a field goal off of Penn State's first INT. Penn State had to drive there a little bit, scored a touchdown off of Iowa's interception. Penn State's second INT led to Iowa's pick, so we're pretty even for the most part, I guess you could say. Penn State now leads 14-3 on the road at Iowa in this top 5 battle in the Big Ten. So 2 rushing touchdowns, 1 by Noah Cain, 1 by Sean Clifford, the big red dog, as the Hawkeyes are going to get the football back when we return. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. But we'll see what's next, because, and I'm a little surprised with the officiating that we've only had 1 penalty thus far from John O'Neill and his crew. And it was a clear-cut defensive pass interference. It could have gone either way. I mean, if they wanted to throw the flag, it probably would have been a good no call. They threw it, though. They didn't pick it up, so it stands. It is what it is. You got to live with it. And it could have went as a defensive hold or a pass interference. They called PI, 15 yards automatic first down, and then Penn State takes the lead. Back on offense, they throw another interception. Iowa, a couple plays later, they throw another interception. And then, as Penn State once again is having more trouble with the ball coming off of the tee with these kickoffs. I have no idea why. 3-4 times? I think that might be a record. At least in the first quarter. Hell, it doesn't even hardly even happen once a game anymore. Unless there's a hurricane rolling through. So another touchback into the stands on that kick from Stout. 1st and 10. Hawkeyes from the 25-yard line. So, yeah, they're going to give us a recap here already. A total of 17 points. Not even in the first quarter. They still expect a close game, no doubt about it. But what's going to be next? Because with as back and forth as this game's been, at least in the turnover battle, I mean, man, what else could you ask for right now? 3, 2, 1 to play in this first. Handoff, Tyler Goodson. 20-yard run to the 45-yard line for him. First down, Iowa. As it all starts up front, give it a block to run, open up play action, play good defense, rely on your special teams, and boom, 9 times out of 10 you're going to win. And Kirk Ferentz has been able to do that in his time in Iowa City with the Hawks. And another injured Penn State line. That's 3 injuries now. It was P.J. Mustipher, Kendra Lambert-Smith, and now this is number 1, Jaquan Brisker, who has the Iowa interception off of Spencer Petras. But Penn State in the secondary, they're loaded all over on defense, really, especially up front and in the back end. Of course, Castro Fields, Joey Porter Jr. at corner, Brisker down at strong safety, but you also got Jair Brown. Keaton Ellis can play both spots. Hell, Sutherland's out there holding the ball on kickoffs. Fans thinking it's, okay, he's stalling. Now, Brisker, the Wisconsin game, he was injured every quarter and then picked the game-winning interception off of Graham Mertz, if Nittany Nation remembers. He seems good to go. Keaton Ellis is going to come in for him for the time being. But, I mean, I'm not really concerned about Penn State's injuries right now because they got depth. They got, especially with as good as Franklin's been able to recruit, they have depth. It's who's going to step up in their absence, though, and make plays, plain and simple. Goodson on the run again, 2nd down. And Brisker going to come back in 1 play later, so he's hearing it even more. Yeah, so these fans are feeling all Penn State, all 3 of them with the injuries here in this first. They're stalling. No, Mustipher's not even in the game right now. He's on the sideline getting stretched out. Keandre Lambert-Smith, he just landed wrong on his foot. Brisker, I don't know, he probably just had some cramps. Out of the eye, 2nd and 4. Goodson on the run again. First down run to the 43 for Iowa. As Iowa, yeah. Why not run the football down your throat? Why not? I would. That's what Penn State needs to do. Need to find a damn running game. They have 2 rushing touchdowns, but one's from 2 yards out and one's from 4 yards out. And how they got to the red zone and punched in with that first rushing and second rushing touchdown was by the passing game, moving the ball downfield and then punch it in with a run or 2. Handoff, Goodson again. And Curtis Jacobs, along with number 3, Johnny Dixon, the transfer from South Carolina, on the stop for the blue and white on defense. Jess Lucada, also along with AK-17 in the mix on that stop as well. So now 2nd and 12 for the Hawkeyes from the 45, left to right here in this first opening quarter.
Penn State likes to set their defense towards the field and leave numbers back to that short side for the run game.
Petrus going to go deep near side, incomplete. Good coverage by Johnny Dixon and Jair Brown, incomplete. 3rd down, 3rd and 12. Questionable. I mean, if they would have thrown it, okay, but once again, a good no call. I mean, the PI they had on Iowa earlier, like I said a little bit ago, it would have been a good no call if they wanted to throw it, but they threw it. There's nothing you can do about it. Petrus down the middle, complete, and then drop. Big hit. Helmet comes off as it is caught by number 84, Sam Laporta. And they're going to say catch. 1st down and 10. No, that's incomplete. That's a drop. You got to look at that. That is incomplete. Now, okay, if you want to say catch, fumble, he recovered it, then 1st down that way, go that route too. Actually reverse it. Incomplete, 4th down and 12. Iowa's on to punt again. And these fans are letting these officials hear it. John O'Neill here early on. To his standard, he's not doing that bad of a job. Even though, that's why I said, hopefully the officiating doesn't take over this game, especially in a big game like this. I don't care who you are. I don't want to see the officiating roll and make a call, especially late. But wait, just wait. They're not calling any flags now. 3rd, 4th quarter, it's going to be every fucking play. I can already see it. So touchback on the punt. 1st and 10 Penn State from the 20. 56 seconds to play here in this opening quarter. But, yeah, back and forth, up and down, side to side. A crazy first quarter nonetheless. 1st and 10 here from the 20. Clifford gonna complete to Jahan Dotson. 1st down for Penn State after a pickup of 12. Gonna go hurry up here a little bit here, it looks like. Trip, stop your screen. Fake the give. Another pass complete. And Dotson again for 8 yards. Be 2nd and 2. Clock stops. 37 seconds. 2nd and 3 officially. Clifford. Just going to throw it away, incomplete, out of bounds. You want to throw intentional grounding on that, refs? Yeah, I don't think so, because last one, even though those are SEC refs during the Auburn game, I still don't get how you can have an intentional grounding when you threw the ball 50 yards down the field. And then on that same drive, make a team punt on 3rd down when they thought it was 4th down. But that was a few weeks ago. Penn State, of course, the Saints defeated Villanova in Indiana, but hit the road for the 2nd time this season here today at Iowa. 3rd and 3, Clifford going to complete to Noah Kane, gets a 1st down before getting pushed out of bounds. 1st down, Penn State here. Still 14 seconds to play in this opening quarter. Clock will reset here once they blow the whistle. We'll see if they get another snap off or not here at the end of the first, but they'll probably screw it. They're going to walk to the sideline. End of the first quarter, Penn State leads 14-3 at Iowa. After one of the worst possible starts they could have gotten today. And then Penn State's defense, so far, even with the 2 rushing touchdowns, Penn State's defense is the MVP right now. A few sacks, interceptions by both defenses as well. Now, here in the meantime, and yes, even though this is audio only, and yes, I was going to do an actual live stream this afternoon, but now, hence the black screen, audio only. End of the first quarter, wave on wave for the Children's Hospital in Iowa City. I am, yes, waving as everybody else is as well. As this tradition from the Hawkeyes to the new Children's Hospital that was built right next to Kinnick Stadium within the past decade has become as... I mean, if you don't have chills right now, like, you got something wrong. Like, yeah. Wave to your TV if you're watching. If you're in the stands, of course, everybody's waving as well here at the end of the first quarter. You know, like Penn State has the whiteout. Wisconsin has jump around to start the fourth. At the end of the first, Iowa, you know, has the wave. Every kickoff Ohio State has, you know, is we're going to rip your fucking head off. You know, Nebraska with their entrance. They host Michigan later on tonight. So, yeah, that's pretty cool that they started that a few years ago, and it's every home game. And even I remember when Iowa came to Penn State, well, last year, of course, you have no fans other than friends and family of coaches and players. And then 2018 and 16, the last few times Iowa's been to Penn State. Before then, it was 2011 and Turner's last season, a month before he was fired. 2012, Penn State went out there on Saturday night and won mid-October. They always play late September or any time in October. They played early November before, late November last year with how the schedule was, of course. But I remember even on the road for Iowa, Penn State, we waved to, as there was no Children's Hospital next to Beaver Stadium, you know, Mount Nittany's right down the road, but from a distance, 14 hours away from State College to Iowa City, out of respect, you wave to the Children's Hospital. So, yes, I know nobody right now can see me, but you can hear me. Hopefully you can hear me. If you can, hit that thumbs up button. Now the classic Big Ten commercial from east to west, west to east, with Nebraska, Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Illinois, Purdue, Indiana, along with Michigan and Michigan State, Ohio State, Penn State, Rutgers, and Maryland. Like this commercial, always have. Don't like it this year, though, because they changed the music up for it. Liked it better the old way, but I get, okay, some things change, whether you like it or not. It is what it is. We move on. Back Kinnick Stadium, Iowa City. Nice arrow shot with Iowa's stripe out. 4 p.m. 3 local kick for Penn State and Iowa in this top 5 showdown in the Big Ten, 14-3. As we start the second quarter, coming off of the first quarter that for both teams really could have won either way. And then, of course, the Children's wave to the Children's Hospital. Now, 1st and 10. Penn State gonna run it back and incomplete, intended for Noah Kane. As Clifford faked the give, was gonna run a screen, and yeah, okay. Iowa's first time trailing by 11 plus points in a home game at the end of the first quarter since, hey, you guessed it, what I just named off, the 2012 Penn State game, in which the Lions absolutely blew out with Bill O'Brien, Kirk Ferentz, and the Hawkeyes. And then in 16, they blew them out here at home. Since then, 17, of course, that was that game winner, right? This time expired. 18, Penn State won by 6 2 years ago. 17-12, and then last year was last year, but now 3rd and about 3. Complete to Dotson. First down, Penn State. Yeah, they're running short screens, just short, quick passes in general, which, okay, especially when we don't have a running game, I guess you got to move the ball somehow. But if you continue to do that, defense, at some point in time, probably going to end up stopping you. Got to find a running game, hand off Noah Kane here for about 2-3 yards if he's lucky. But then with all these short passes, maybe you find a running game, maybe you don't. Hopefully you do. This is when the big play action's going to come, and Penn State's going to go for the home run here, I think, sometime soon. And try to extend this lead even more. Because, I mean, what a first now 17, 18 minutes we've seen here today with the Nittany Lions and Hawkeyes. I mean, just crazy. With as back as forth as it's been with all the turnovers, all the weird play calls, defensive stands. I mean, it's not an old school defensive showdown right now. I mean, it would be if it was 0-0 or 3-0, but Penn State has those, even in their running game, 2 rushing touchdowns. I'll take it. They lead by 11 here. 3rd and 7. Third and 7 for Penn State. Parker Washington in motion. Clifford gonna avoid a sack, gonna tuck it and run. Gets another first down, and Penn State is now 5 for 5 on 3rd down this afternoon. Inside the 20 he goes. Down at the 16, 1st and 10 for the Nitwits. It's pretty bad when your starting quarterback leads your team in rushing. But as Clifford's, I mean, sort of a dual threat quarterback, he's been airing it out for over 400 yards past few weeks. So another pass complete to Dotson for 3. 2nd down and 7 again. Penn State once again knocking on the door. Trying to. Iowa's defense looks gassed. They do. Hands on hips. Both teams are getting pressure, but Iowa really hasn't been able to move the football. Penn State on their side, they have. Clifford looking to throw, gonna air it out, incomplete. Out of bounds. So, yeah, I mean, with all that being said, I mean, really, what more could you ask for here? Hopefully more points, of course, but just odd. Wasn't expecting with, but expect the unexpected. Third and 7, empty set, 5 wide. Clifford gonna go on a slant a little too high, intended for his tight end and Strange. So they're gonna have to settle for a field goal. All right. Get it to 17-3. Bring on Stout. He put it right where his receiver could get it. Because if he would have thrown it a little bit lower, it would have been picked off again. But then he's lucky there wasn't anybody behind him as the one backer was coming over. But now from 32 yards out, Penn State with their first field goal attempt of the afternoon. Jordan Stout's kick up and good. Penn State now leads at 17-3 with 12:31 to play in this first half. So yeah, just a crazy start here. All the turnovers, all the stands on defense. You know what defense bends doesn't break. Well, Penn State's holding and forcing Iowa to punt. And really, you think about it, they're shutting them out because that 3 points Iowa got off of Penn State's first interception on the first play of the game, of all plays, set up shot, 1st and goal inside the 10, got 2 yards out of it, but then an incompletion and a sack. And then they don't have good starting field position. That happens, you're punting again. But they had settle for field goals. So that's why they have the 3. And Penn State, in the meantime, since then, has scored 17 unanswered. So 17-3 is where we stand. But, I mean, man, yeah, just once again, Penn State not really having a running game. They're able to move the ball, though. These short, quick passes are working today. Clifford's got to be more careful with the football, though, of course. No doubt about it. Can't turn it over as many times as he has with 2 interceptions. Spencer Petras, though, has a pick by himself as well. So, flip it. Both defenses playing extremely well here. Penn State's just a little bit better, of course, because they're only giving up 3 compared to Iowa giving up Penn State 17. But like I said, what's next? Because this game is still early. Still a lot of football left to be played. Don't roll out either of these teams with one blowing the lead, one coming back and winning. Even if one does come back to win, the other potentially hold on to win. Gets down to it. But, I mean, from the games I've seen today in college football, once again, a few blowouts, a few close games, but for the most part, it's been as it should be this time of year in college football. Just good games from start to finish every Saturday in the fall. You know, blowouts, close games from start to finish, close games, somebody pulls away late, somebody comes from behind. I mean, hell, look at this Boise State-BYU matchup right now. BYU was just leading 10-3, now they trail by 7, 17-10. So all Iowa needs, all Penn State needs to can roll on, one spark. That's all it takes. Get a spark on a big play, another turnover, special teams once again factor in, we'll see. All it takes is one thing to happen. And you build off of that with the momentum, the rhythm, and you go from there. We'll see if the ball falls off the tee again here. Penn State on the kickoff. It's fallen off the tee every single time Stouts tried to kick. This time, no. Okay. Booms it away. It has to be that end. It has to be from right to left when they kick off with the wind, with the ball falling off the tee. So wind, right to left. And Penn State will have the wind to their back then in the fourth quarter if it comes down to it. As they show us some stats, we'll have first half stats and scores. Take a look around the rest of college football coming up at halftime as well, so stay tuned. But once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. As Petras will hand off to Tyler Goodson and Derek Tangelo, along with Curtis Jacobs on the stop for Penn State. Tangelo's another transfer from Duke. As Penn State this past offseason received a few transfers on both offense and defense, but for the most part, it's been Arnold Ebiketie and Derek Tangelo as your top 2 transfers on the defensive line. Of course, John Lovett, Johnny Dixon playing well as well. So, 2nd and 14, Petras looking to throw. He dumps it off. It's going to be complete to Tyler Goodson. However, True Castro Fields and Ellis Brooks make the stop. 3rd down for the Hawks.
17 straight points for Penn State after giving up a short field in the early
Third and 6 officially, with 11:11 to play in this first half. So, say your prayers. Wish for a Penn State win. Petras going to go deep. That's pass interference. They're going to get Daquan Hardy on that. That's a good call. I'll live with that. All right, so the penalties are 1 apiece on the defense pass interference. Yeah, Daquan Hardy. All you had to do, man, was turn around. You turn around, they don't throw the flag. He didn't turn his ass around, though. Just continue to cover him. They're going to throw the flag every time on that. That's a good call. Some pushing and shoving as well. He did turn his head a little bit there late, but then you got to turn your whole body around. You just can't turn your head around or twitch back. No. Yeah, that's a good call. I'll live with that. That's a good pass interference. But at the same time, you know, you don't give him a PI, he's probably going to catch it. And he might be walking in the end zone right now, though, too. So just regroup, get set back here on defense, make a stand, force another punt. Only a 15-yard penalty on a pass interference. So 1st and 10 from the 44. Hand off to number 21, Ivory Kelly Martin. Wonder what his middle name is. He gets 2 yards, 2nd and 8, with 10:46 to play here in this first half now. So, yeah, the officiating, slow right now. Only one per defense. Both defensive pass interferences. But just wait till the second half and see what the officials do then. You still don't want them to control the game by any means, but just wait. Especially with John O'Neill as your white capper. 2nd and 8, Ivory Kelly Martin. Still don't know what his middle name is on the give. He's going to get 7 yards. 3rd and 1 here. As Penn State leads it by 14. 17-3 here this afternoon. So out of the eye, tight end, near side, and motion, we got a whistle. We got a timeout, first timeout. Iowa going to take a timeout. So we'll have our first timeout. Head to a commercial break with 9:46 to play. Iowa, when we return, will have a 3rd down and 1. As Penn State leads it. 17-3 here as we near halftime.
Let's go. Tonight, I'll be eating hot dog with grilled onions and fries. T-H-A-N-K-S. Let me get a fry. Sure. One more.
We're so embarrassed we overpaid for this used car. We don't even want to show our faces around here.
If you don't see me, you're not seeing the most accurate price. Shop at Carfax. You won't have to overpay on a used car again. Shop millions of great deals at the all-new Carfax.com.
Get ready. It's time for the savings event of the year. The Home and Auto Bundle Extrava Festa Save-A-Thon.
And this Home and Auto Bundle Extrava Festa Save-A-Thon, there's no telling what we might bundle.
Home and Auto Bundle Extrava Festa Save-A-Thon. Bundle cars, trucks, colonials, bungalows, and that weird hut your uncle lives in. Subscribe to the Home and Auto Bundle Extrava Festa Save-A-Thon band for the deal that started forever ago and will probably never end. Home and Auto Bundle Extrava Festa Save-A-Thon. Say it with me. No one's leaving till you say it right. Some like you to think they still build the best trucks, but according to just about anybody who's handing out a trophy, Ram currently builds the best trucks. So if you're shopping for a truck today, here it is. If you're shopping in the past, well, good luck with that. Ram, the top brand in new vehicle quality in the entire automotive industry.
During Ram holidays, get $3,550 in total miles, or get 0% financing for 72 months on Ram 1500.
Competition for this house is fierce.
Relax. You got a team to help you out. Hello.
A verified approval from Rocket Mortgage verifies your income, credit, and assets all up front, putting you ahead of a regular pre-approval and letting sellers know you're serious.
Let's do this.
Back from commercial break as we see the Penn State Nittany Lion and the Iowa Herky Hawkeye, both mascots, hugging it out. I said earlier, of course, not a great start by Penn State. I don't think Iowa right now wants to be down 14 either. So, sort of as they run a fullback dive up the middle on 3rd and short, first down Iowa. The script's been flipped. You know, one of the worst possible starts you could ask for. They've sort of been able to get out of the doghouse on it, and it's gone to Iowa. And now they're trying to battle back and at least cut this lead, and then comes down to it, tie it up, take the lead. Of course, however you want to put it, but 2nd and 10 for Iowa with another incompletion. And with Keandre Lambert-Smith stepping up at wide receiver, a few catches for him. Of course, injured, has been seen since. Musfer went down. Brisker went down but came back in. At linebacker, I've said Ellis Brooks' name a few times. Brandon Smith maybe once or twice. Jesse Luketa, who can play both DN and linebacker as well. Number 23, Curtis Jacobs, I'd say right now in this first half, has played his best football ever for Penn State right now. Because he, not necessarily sort of been buried on the depth chart by any means. He's been out there, battled a few injuries, but like he now, you know, has stepped up really as Penn State, like I said, depth-wise at every single goddamn position. It's like 1A, 1B, 1C at linebacker. They give a big pass there on that play, but and it was a simple crosser over the middle. Official in the way there a little bit, and then Daquan Hardy and Joey Porter Jr., two Pittsburgh natives, one from Penn Hills and one from North Allegheny, make the stop. As Iowa will now have a 1st and 10 from the 16-yard line, going to run a toss to Tyler Goodson. And then Nick Tarburton and 91 Devon Ellis on the stop, but now he's down injured, and the boos pour in. Yeah, these fans feel Penn State's trying to slow it down a little bit. Not necessarily fake injuries, but no, he's in some pain. He's holding his right arm, or left arm. You have to see a replay. I'd say just landed on it awkwardly when he brought him down on the tackle, but I don't know. Yeah, stalling would be the word, so it's 4 injuries for Penn State. 3 on defense, 1 on offense, but I'll say it now because of this. I know I said it once earlier and said hopefully I'll only be saying this once at that point in time, and if I do later, it'll be at the end of the game. Well, with all these injuries, it's going to be a good thing the bye week's next week, okay? And then, not necessarily a tune-up game before at Ohio State, but, you know, Illinois week 1 defeated Nebraska. Didn't bounce back until just recently. And now they trail in the second half at home against Wisconsin. And that'll be Penn State's next opponent in Illinois, after already defeating Wisconsin, Ball State, Auburn, Villanova, and Indiana, now, of course, at Iowa here this afternoon. So, like I said earlier, not going to be getting any easier. Not going to be getting any easier. See if the defense here when we come back, though, can continue to hold. I get, okay, they gave a big passer on third down. More injuries. Not really concerned unless it's, say, Sean Clifford. Knock on wood there. But they have depth. I mean, Keandre Lambert-Smith went down. Hell, Cam Sullivan-Brown was already playing. Okay, so you're still at 3 receivers with Dawson and Washington ahead. And then for everybody that's been in, not necessarily saying garbage time, but late, even though technically that's what it is, in some of these games that Penn State won by, well, it was 44-13 against Ball State and then 38-17 against Villanova. And really the past 2 weeks, Penn State should have put 50-60 on the Cats and then probably about 35-40 on the Hoosiers last weekend. But, hey, a win's still a win. That's all that matters. But, I mean, at receiver, I know Harrison Wallace has played a little bit along with Eubanks. So, you know, maybe they step up if it comes down to it. Hopefully not, but, you know, at the same time, at some point in time, you're going to need experience, no doubt about it. They need to get the tight ends more involved in offense, and they need to find the running game, too. All starts up front, get about a block. But then on defense, I mean, Muster went down. You have, and Devon Ellis just went down, too. So 2 D tackles, a receiver, and a secondary player. As number 3, Tyrone Tracy Jr., a starting wide receiver for the Hawkeyes, gets the give. A few yards for him on and end around 3rd down and 3 to come. You still have Fred Hansard, Derek Tangelo. Izzard's been playing well as of late, so I mean, I'd feel fine at D tackle still. Ebikady, Tarburton, Townley's played at DN this year too, and then the backers and everyone at corner and safety. As Bershka came back out, you know, I'm not really that concerned right now, but we'll see how time progresses. 3rd and 3 from the 9. Petrus out of the gun in the flat near side. It's going to be caught, diving for the pylon. They're going to say touchdown Iowa. That goes to number 16, Charlie Jones. I feel like he'll be playing for the New England Patriots one day. But, yeah, that looks like a touchdown to me. They say touchdown on the field, so, of course, they look at it. They'll have to find undisputable video evidence to overturn it. Simple pass near side into the flat, and then Jair Brown. No, he's out at like the 1 yard line there, it looks like. Ball never got in the end zone. Even though the pylon went down, there's no way in hell that's a touchdown. That's going to get overturned. They'll look at this. All scoring plays reviewed. That'll come off. So previous play is under further review. A scoring review for Iowa's touchdown here. Cutting the lead to 8 right now, 17-9, pending the extra point. It'll be 1st and goal inside the 5 at about the 1 yard line. I don't know about that one. That might be a touchdown right there on that look. The other one, no. The pylon went down and the ball was on the end zone. This one right here, if anybody else is watching. See, the ball's in his left hand. The ball was in his right hand. Pylon goes down. That's a touchdown. Ball's in his left hand. He's out of bounds. He knocks the pylon down with his right hand to say to the official, hey, I scored. This is a touchdown. Like, I got in. No. That's going to get overturned. It'll still be 17-3, but then Iowa's probably just going to punch it in here in a play or two anyway and still cut it to 7. No, that's no touchdown. This should get reversed. That's not a touchdown. There's no way in hell. It'll be 1st and goal, though. Good play call. Pass to the receiver near side. Actually, he might be down there at the 2 yard line rather than the 1. Before he dives, pylon gets knocked down. Still no touchdown. The ball was never in the end zone. It stands as called. So, of course, they couldn't find enough to overturn it. I don't agree with that. We'll see if it comes back and hurts later on. But, hey, touchdown on the field. Couldn't find video to overturn it. Touchdown stands. Wasn't confirmed. It stands on the field. there's a difference with that as well, but it's still a touchdown in the end. And the extra point's up and good, so Iowa does, in fact, cut it to 7, 17-10. 17-10, Penn State on the road, leading the Iowa Hawkeyes with 7 minutes and 7 seconds to play in this first half.
You can focus on what matters most, whether it's ensuring food arrives as fresh as when it departs.
One drive
Every second counts.
could change it all. Like I said, really, all you need is one little spark. That's all you need, right, to start a fire. One squirt to 9 months later, you know what I'm talking about. No, like, maybe that's what Iowa needed right there. I mean, they needed to cut it, no doubt about it. Get back in this game because you continue to play the way they were, at least in the first quarter there, letting Penn State drive and not doing anything, and then game gets out of reach at that point. But still a lot of football left, of course, even to come down to that way. But yeah, good drive. Couple big passing plays. Starting to find a running game as well. They are, Iowa is, and Penn State does need to. We'll see if they do or not. But yeah, they cut the lead, and now here we are at almost halftime, as all these other current games I'm watching started about a half hour, 45 minutes earlier, about 3:30. So they are all at halftime right now, or early third quarter. As we see some highlights from these earlier contests, we'll get into first half stats and scores, take a look around the rest of college football as well, coming up at the half, so stay tuned. But yeah, good job by Iowa. You got to give them credit where credit's due. And they cut it to 7, so 17-10 now is our score. Now Penn State, when they get the ball back, can they run the clock? Can they run the ball? Maybe get an explosive play or two. Just don't turn it over. Don't do anything stupid. No stupid penalties, no stupid turnovers. Okay? Especially when Clifford, you've already thrown it to Iowa twice. And not a good sign. Speaking of Sean Clifford, he's going into the locker room with an injury. So Penn State now battling injuries all damn day. And it'll be number 2, Taquan Roberson. Taquan Roberson, number 2. The Jersey kid himself. Gonna have to come in and play quarterback for Penn State with an injury to Sean Clifford, the Big Red Dog. Might have jinxed him there a little bit ago. Hopefully not. We'll see what he can do. This is when you need to find a goddamn running game. Please and thank you. Trouble with the snap, and he falls on it. Oh, my God. 2nd and 13. Calm down. Relax. Okay? Clifford, I don't know, maybe a left hip, left shoulder or rib injury maybe. Once again, good thing the bye week's next week, but still at the same time, Taquan Roberson hasn't proven himself as a good, reliable backup quarterback yet. Over the middle, 10 for Dotson. He wasn't even looking for the football. Almost picked off, incomplete, 3rd and 13. Please find a running game. This is when you need a running game, folks. Oh, my God. Because this really could turn into tail of the first 2 quarters. With everything that has happened, we'll get into it when we get into it. But now 3rd and 13, They got a late whistle. Play still going. Come on. You can't throw a false start flag 10 minutes after the play. So 3rd and 18 now. And that was on 53 Rasheed Walker. And, oh, come on. They'll probably just run a draw. Iowa with 2 timeouts, 6:32 left in this first half. They're going to get the ball back, and they might tie this sucker up before halftime. So when you need a running game, Kevon Lee in the backfield. Another false start. Jesus fucking Christ. 3rd and 23. My God. You want to shoot yourselves in the foot a little bit more while you're at it? Shaking my goddamn motherfucking head. So spell that out for a text message for me, why don't you? Jesus Christ. 3rd and 23. Injured quarterback. Trouble with the snap. 2 false starts. Another false start. Oh my God. 3 false starts in a row. Are you kidding me? You are going the wrong way. It'll be 3rd and 28. My God. You got to get the cadence down with your backup quarterback, especially on the road right now. You got to figure this out, especially if Clifford's not going to be able to come back in the second half. No time's come off the clock. Now you got a 3rd and 28 from the 7-yard line. And handoff Kevon Lee goes nowhere, going to punt. So now, just as Penn State had one of the worst possible starts of today's game before they bounced back, took a 17-3 lead, now only lead by 7, 17-10. Iowa storming back. Penn State going back downhill. Up, down, up, down, up, down, Xavier Woods. Special teams here. Keep an eye out for a blocked punt or a big return from Iowa, especially with a average punt from Jordan Stout. Okay, going to be fair caught at the 37, so decent starting field position for Iowa. 2 timeouts, 5:46. Down 7 here in the second quarter. Turnovers have sort of taken a back seat, but Penn State, hey, on defense, just continue to play good defense right now. You continue to play good defense, you make stands, you get the ball back. They need to find a running game, or they're screwed. They're screwed to begin with because they don't have a running game. They're going to be even more screwed if they can't find one in the situation they're in right now. Bubble screen complete. As that goes for 11 yards on their first down for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hopefully Clifford's all right. Because if not, and say he's done for the year, or done for a few games, hopefully not, like I said, knock on wood. Hopefully it's just a stinger and he'll be back out there next time they get back out on offense. If not, and Taquan's in, they're screwed because they don't have a running game. He can't do anything at quarterback. Defense not going to be able to get off the field because Iowa's going to have them. And even with a lead, they'll probably give that up and right now find a way to lose, if I'd have to guess. But, you know, still a lot of football left, so we'll see what happens. Not over until it's over, but yeah, it looked like for Clifford it was a left side injury, whether it was a hip, rib, or shoulder. He went down hard on that hit. So now 1st and 10 from the 47 for Iowa. Fake the give, play action. Petrus, incomplete. Intended for number 89, Nico Ragui. And now starting to slow it down here as we near halftime, which is a good thing. You know, like I said earlier, too, with Penn State on offense, definitely won't be running any hurry up the rest of this game with take one and quarterback, if I'd have to guess. But when you can't take any time off the clock and you can shoot yourselves in the foot, I mean, 3 straight false starts. That's pathetic. You're used to playing in noise. Why can't you go on the road and play in noise? And if there's going to be a quarterback issue and then the schedule coming up, man, 5-0 start. Once again, you know, just like it was 2 years ago, just like it was, you know, in 05 and 08, even before then in the late 90s. You know, Penn State gets to late October, early mid-November. Here we are, not even mid-October yet. Undefeated. There's always one game they always, you know, slip up with. This is a big game, no doubt about it. And like I said, too, earlier, like all week long, nobody's really been talking about it. I mean, yeah, okay, Fox on site for big noon kickoff and 4 p.m. kick here. But, like, it's a top 5 matchup. If it was, say, Alabama playing Clemson again or Alabama playing Georgia in a top 5 showdown, these networks wouldn't shut the fuck up for 10 years straight. 2nd and 12. Handoff, Tyler Goodson. Jesse Lucado on a tackle, 2 yards deep. So 3rd down. 3rd and 8 to come here for Iowa. But, yeah, it's just now one play at a time for Penn State once they get the ball back on offense. But you got to continue to, of course, here, one play on defense, get the hell off the field, and just get some rhythm, momentum build up, and go from there. Battled a ton of injuries, the turnovers. Petrus going to be complete, but Jaquan Brisker on the stop. And 4th and 10, Penn State with 3 timeouts, 2:48 to play. Going to let the clock run here, it looks like. So 3 timeouts and about 2:20. Once they get the ball back here, unless Iowa's going to go for here on 4th and 10, which I doubt. And they are right on the outside of field goal range. So it looks like they're going to let the clock run, take a delay of game. They're on the field to punt right now. They'll probably still take a delay of game, back themselves up 5 yards. They're going to punt right as clock expires. Coffin corner punt near side. Trying to pin Penn State deep, and perfect execution. Iowa pins Penn State deep once again inside the 5 of the 4. It'll probably be Taquan Roberson, number 2, in at quarterback for the Nittany Lions, with Sean Clifford went to the locker room. Find a running game, please. You find a running game, you can open up the playbook from then, and especially with a young, inexperienced quarterback backing up Clifford, who's now in the ball game. Number 2, Taquan Roberson once again, who really, as mentioned, has not done enough to be considered a reliable backup quarterback. It's been Sean Clifford. Now it's Taquan Roberson back in. He'll get more comfortable if you can find a running game. He's going to pass complete near side to Keandre Lambert-Smith again. Those quick, short passes, okay, those work too. You know, just give him some confidence. Keep it simple. You know? Like, when he came in that last drive, they just went backwards. And there's nothing else they really could have done other than back themselves up out behind the back of the end zone for safety and give up points, and then Iowa has momentum. And, yeah, find a running game here. No. Going to fake the give. Roberson going to go deep downfield at midfield, and it's going to be picked off again by Iowa. Intended for, guess who? Number 5, Jahan Dawson. All 3 Penn State interceptions today, 2 by Clifford, 1 by Taquan Roberson. They've all been intended for Jahan Dawson. Now I got an injured Hawkeye. So turnovers and injuries are rolling this game right now. Iowa going to get the football back, 17-10, 2 timeouts, 1:31 to play in this first half. Penn State will get the ball to begin the second half, though. Yeah, there's just a little miscommunication between whoever's playing quarterback and Jahan Dawson today, because 3 interceptions intended for the same receiver. Just keep him out there for a decoy and go to Parker Washington, go to Keandre Lambert-Smith. Find a running game and get the damn tight ends involved. Play good on defense. You have a lead. You find a running game, especially on the road late. Run the football, run the clock. Run away with the win. You're going to win. Quit shooting yourselves in the foot. You're going to give this game away. So, yeah, Iowa on defense with the turnovers. That's 8 interceptions in the past 2 games for them. And we're not even at halftime here today yet. Spencer Petras back out on offense for the Hawkeyes. Thing is, Penn State's playing good enough on defense. They're just holding them. And forcing punts, but then Penn State can't do anything on offense. Big sack. He got rid of it, though, right as he got drilled. It's going to be caught by Jones, who has that touchdown. No gain, though, on the play. 2nd down and 10 from the 45-yard line for Iowa, with 1-1-1 to play in this first half. Petras going to dump it off, complete to Goodson. 8 yards, 3rd and short, 3rd and 2. Under a minute to play. They still got 2 timeouts. They're not really in that big of a hurry, it seems like, yet. But 3rd and 2. Got to get a first down here first for Iowa. Incomplete. Good coverage by 23, Curtis Jacobs. By God. Did I expect Keandre Lambert-Smith, Curtis Jacobs to step up on offense and defense respectively today? No. Maybe a big play once, twice a game, not consistently like they are making plays. 4th and 2, incompletion, and clock stops. Iowa's on the punt again, so credit to the Penn State defense. Jahan Dawson back deep to receive this punt. And they're going to be pinned inside the 15 this time, down at the 12. So another thing, too, Penn State has not had good starting field position for the most part all day long. They haven't. Twice inside their 5, now inside the 15. When you have good starting field position, they were able to drive and score. So that's where it starts. But then on offense, especially now with the backup quarterback in, Penn State needs to find a running game. I've been saying it for the past 5 weeks, and they still haven't found a goddamn running game. Roberson going to hand off. Iowa knew it was coming. Noah King going to be brought down for 2 in the backfield. 2nd down. Unless Iowa stops the clock here, Penn State can run it out. Not even half snap it again. And Iowa does call timeout, though. So it'll be 2nd down. They're going to try to play it smart, potentially get the ball back with no timeouts and basically literally no time remaining, under 10 seconds, if any. Just hopefully Penn State doesn't turn it over again. But we'll be going to halftime here soon. As our score sits right now, Penn State leading 17-10 over the Iowa Hawkeyes. First half stats and scores coming up the half. Stay tuned. Yeah, so turnovers, injuries. Penn State gonna take a knee. See if Iowa calls another timeout, their third and final, maybe. They do. So now on third down, well, yeah, just run it. Run up the gut, run the clock out, because then you can punt on fourth down. And yeah, they might not even touch the ball. So they're trying to stop the clock, but they're not getting it back. Not unless they block the punt. Which I wouldn't be shocked, but turnovers, injuries, little or no running game for either team. Both defenses playing stout. Penn State a little bit better. Lead by 7 right now. Penn State's just going to take another knee here, and then actually another false start. Jesus Christ. You get a false start. You get a false start. You get a false start. Yeah, they'll just take a knee, run the clock out. Iowa can't stop it. Or Penn State's going to call timeout. 3rd and 19. Quiet this crowd down a little bit. Yeah, just make sure you're set. Make sure you're good to go. Don't want to do anything stupid, especially end zone to your back. They make a big play on you. Who knows? Maybe they somehow, some way find a way to tie this up here, or even cut it before halftime, but that's not going to happen. But at the same time, I think we've all seen crazier shit happen than what could potentially happen here coming up. So I'll leave it at that, but yeah, just what a crazy first half here. What a crazy first half. Third 19. Under center's Roberson. He's just going to take a knee. Or quarterback sneak it. Just don't fumble. And that'll do it for the first half because the clock's just going to run. Iowa can't stop it. Penn State's got fourth down, but they're not going to punt. Yeah, so halftime we go. As the Penn State Nittany Lions are leading the Iowa Hawkeyes by a halftime score of 17-10. Iowa with an early 3-0 lead. Penn State scored 17 unanswered. Iowa's come back, cut it to 7, so 17-7 is your score at the half. With the Nittany Lions and Hawkeyes in this top 5 Big Ten battle here this afternoon. So thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Sure, like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Iowa. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. Before we get to first half stats and scores, we're going to go in reverse order like we normally do. We're going to update you with some scores across the country. As we sit at halftime, a few of these other mid-afternoon kicks kicked off 3:30 before Penn State Iowa did. Already into the second half, so along with everything that went final earlier, currently, with the games I am currently watching, of course, Penn State, Iowa, Georgia, Auburn, along with Boise State, BYU, and Wisconsin, Illinois. Georgia leads Auburn 17-3. Boise State leads BYU 23-10. And Wisconsin leads Illinois, Penn State's next opponent in 2 weeks, following a bye week, 17-0. Also currently in college football, Louisville at home leads the Cavaliers of Virginia by 10 in the fourth quarter, 30-20. Wake Forest, undefeated in the top 25, leads Syracuse from Carrier Dome 26-21. SMU Navy in a close one from Annapolis 24-21. UAB 24-14 over Florida Atlantic. Liberty Middle Tennessee State 26-13, your score there. Florida State leads North Carolina. Well, that's a bit of a shock. 28-17. Best game of the week. Best game of the week coming up. 0-6 UConn trails 0-5 UMass 13-10 in the fourth quarter. Great game. Great game. It'll be best game of the weekend, best game of the season. All jokes aside, no, yeah, I could really give two shits on who wins that. One team's still going to be winless when that goes final, but whoever doesn't will pick up their first win. UMass, yes, 13-10 over UConn. What a shit show. Eastern Michigan, 13-9 over Miami, Ohio. Ball State, 24-20 over Western Michigan in the MAC. Some more MACtion. Tie at 19 with Central Michigan and Ohio, late third quarter. 26-7, Colorado State leads San Jose State. Of course, here at the half, Penn State, 17-10, leading Iowa. First half sets and scores to come. Mizzou leads North Texas, 31-7. And Oregon State leads Washington State, 10-3. Earlier, yes, as currently right now, have on Penn State, Iowa, Georgia, Auburn, Boise State, BYU, and Wisconsin, Illinois. We had Maryland, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Ole Miss, and Michigan State, Rutgers. Somehow, some way, Boomer, Sooner, OU defeated Hook'em and the Texas Longhorns as Oklahoma came back and defeated Texas. No defense was played in this game. No defense was played in Arkansas, Ole Miss either. But Oklahoma, as mentioned earlier, they should have lost to Tulane, Nebraska, along with West Virginia. Kansas State and Oklahoma should have lost in the Red River rivalry today as well against Texas, as Texas blew it. And Hook'em Horns, well, horns down, Boomer Sooner, OU wins 55-48. The other game at noon, no defense was played in. Ole Miss, Arkansas, as both teams coming off of blowout losses last week. Both teams decided to play extremely well today. Just imagine if Arkansas would give Georgia a run for their money, along with Ole Miss giving Alabama a run for their money last week. Today, this game back and forth. Whole entire game.
He did have those 2 interceptions, but he had some great touchdown drives as well. Taquan Robinson comes in a hostile environment against that defense.
Back and forth as it was 7-0, 14-14, 24 apiece, 31 apiece, and then in the fourth, it was 38-31, 38, 45-38, 45, 52-45, and then Ole Miss hangs on and wins hotty-toddy over the Hogs from the Grove as the Rebs won 52-51 over Arkansas. Arkansas scored a game-tying touchdown as time expired, however decided to go for 2. Did not convert. Ole Miss hangs on 52-51. The Buckeyes of Ohio State speed by the Terrapins of Maryland 66-17. Michigan State on the road in Piscataway defeated Rutgers 31-13. Florida shut out Vanderbilt 42-0. Tennessee 45-20 winners over South Carolina. Baylor defeated WVU 45-20 as well. Northern Illinois 22-20 over Toledo. Akron 35-20 over Bowling Green. Georgia Tech 31-27 winners over Duke. Marshall in overtime at home in a battle of two former James Franklin Penn State assistants who are now head coaches at Old Dominion and Marshall, respectively, for Ricky Ronnie and Charles Huff. The Thundering Herd of Marshall defeat the Monarchs from the 757 ODU in overtime 20-13. So those are your first half. We didn't get the first half stats and scores yet for Penn State, Iowa, but your scores from around the country, from everything that is currently going on, along with everything that has already, in fact, gone final this Saturday afternoon, Saturday, October the 9th, 2021, here this college football Saturday. But still to come during the best time of the year this fall, because it is football season. East Carolina and UCF play later on tonight. The game is just about to kick off. UTEP Southern Miss, University of Texas San Antonio in Western Kentucky. In the Big 12, TCU, along with Texas Tech from West Texas and Lubbock, as TCU is coming off of a home loss to Texas, whereas Texas Tech went to Morgantown last week and defeated the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Buffalo, Kent State, Georgia Southern, Troy, South Alabama, Texas State. Good one from the Rocky Mountains, Wyoming and Air Force on the CBS Sports Network in about an hour or so. Couple big ones in the Big Ten, ACC, and SEC respectively, along with the Pac-12 as well. Michigan, Nebraska, Notre Dame, Virginia Tech from Blacksburg, as Enter Sandman will hit about 10 minutes before they kick off, and the Hokies will take the field, as here come the Hokies to take on the Fighting Irish Notre Dame, coming off of a home loss against Cincinnati, who the Bearcats last night at home, Cincinnati defeated Temple. Also tonight, LSU, Kentucky, Alabama, Texas A&M, Utah, USC, Georgia State, Louisiana Monroe, and then in some late night games, New Mexico, San Diego State, Memphis, and Tulsa, along with New Mexico State, Nevada, and in the Pac-12 after dark, Arizona seeks their first win of the season as they host 3-2 UCLA. Already games that have happened this week: Coastal Carolina defeated Arkansas State, Houston defeated Tulane, and then last night, as mentioned, Cincinnati 52-3 over Temple, Charlotte defeated Florida International, and Arizona State defeated Stanford 28-10. But today, right now, at halftime, Penn State, Iowa, 17-10 is your score, with the Nittany Lions on the road leading the third-ranked Hawkeyes in this top 5 battle in the Big Ten. Once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Sean Clifford is 15-25 for 146 passing yards, has 2 interceptions, and is currently right now also injured. Taquan Roberson, in his absence, is 1 of 3 for 5 yards and an interception as well. So Penn State as a team, 3 interceptions. Spencer Petras, Iowa's starting quarterback, has 1 interception. So turnovers and injuries, as Keandre Lambert-Smith has gone down injured. P.J. Mustipher, along with Devon Ellis and Jaquan Brisker. Brisker has since returned, but it's turnovers and injuries right now that are killing Penn State. But even with the injuries, it's next man up. With the depth the Nittany Lions have, offense, defense, special teams, still hoping special teams will make an impact. Got to find a running game as well. It's really, for the most part, just been Noah Kane, even after, Kevon Lee was in there a little bit ago. Saw Devin Ford. Where the hell is John Lovett at? I have no idea. They need to go to the tight ends more on offense as well. Defense, of course, holding it down, but they can't hold it down forever. You got to get the hell off the field. If they're making stop after stop after stop, and it's going to be like this the rest of the way, they already have a lead, they'll win, no doubt about it, yeah. But believe me, that's not going to how it goes. there's going to be something big that happens third, fourth quarter here in this game that it's going to not necessarily turn the tide, but it'll turn the tide, whether it be a good way or a bad way for either team. Both defenses playing extremely well. I feel like Penn State's playing a little bit better on defense right now. Of course, they lead by 7. Penalties, another thing, absolutely killing the blue and white right now. So I said, you got Taquan Roberson now in at quarterback. Find a running game. You want to continue to run those short, quick passes, okay, so be it. He took a deep shot, it was also picked off. But the penalties, he had 3 false starts in a row. Still ran your draw that you're going to run to begin with. On 3rd and 28, went nowhere, you punted. Defense held, you got the ball back. Another false start, though. Get synced up with one another, okay? And the 3 interceptions Penn State has, 2 from Clifford, 1 by Roberson, they've all been intended for Jahan Dotson. So there's miscommunication in that regard as well. However, even with Parker Washington, who started out strong, sort of disappeared, quiet second quarter, Keontae Lambert-Smith stepped up, but he's since gone down with an injury as well. So it's really only Jahan Dotson and Parker Washington, because even with Cam Sullivan-Brown playing and everybody else they played, later in the games the past 2 weeks over this 5-0 start to 2021, they're not out there right now. Hell, a few of them probably didn't even travel. And that's offense and defense. But with the depth, and even with all the injuries, I'm not really, that concerned, even though right now, especially at quarterback, I am, because like I said, Taquan Roberson has not proven to be a good, reliable backup quarterback yet. They don't have a running game to help him out, for one. He's going to have to try to do it all himself, as Clifford does. But he's no Sean Clifford, and that's why he's a backup. I'm not saying Clifford's the best quarterback, greatest of all time by any means, but, he's been starting for 3 years now for a reason, and he's won how many games with Penn State. One of these 2 winning streaks is also going to come to an end in about a half hour football once this game wraps up. Iowa on an 11-game winning streak. Penn State, 9-game winning streak. Haven't lost since they lost to Iowa last November, right before Thanksgiving. But Penn State on offense, they need to get the damn tight ends more involved. Brenton Strange and Theo Johnson. There was that one drive, okay? It was, because this is all you need. Yeah, of course, find a running game, which they don't have. Iowa sort of does. We'll see all of these stats here in a minute, but need to find a running game for one. Keep it simple. Chunk plays. Get your chunk yards. Move the sticks. First down, first down, first down. Okay? Move the ball. And hopefully Clifford's all right. He can get back out there, but we'll see. Because that right now is the big question. Or is Sean Clifford going to return to the game or not? Because if he does, okay, there's a better chance that they can drive, score more points. If they don't, play good defense, hold on for the win. But we'll see what happens there. I'm not going to dive into that right now. We'll see. Got to let it play out for one. But there was that one drive. They just moved the ball downfield, and they ended up scoring. But really, you go back to the start of the game. Okay, Penn State kicked off. Iowa fans booing because of the ball falling off the tee a few times. I believe 3 straight on 3 straight kickoffs for Penn State. And John Sutherland, of course, had to come out and hold. And I feel like it's just in that one end zone, right to left. So wind blowing in Penn State's favor from their backs into the fourth quarter if it comes down to it. But, of course, the injuries, stalling. But the 3 players that have been injured for Penn State, along with Sean Clifford now at 4, make it 5 with Brisker. Turnovers, injuries, penalties killed him. Next man up, though. These are, serious. They're not faking. They're not stalling because it's been more so on defense that Penn State's had injuries. So I can understand, the frustration from Iowa football fans right now in that regard. But then even for Iowa, they can't really move the football either because Penn State's defense is playing well. Neither team can really move the football because both defenses are playing well, okay? Because at the half here, once again, as Clifford is out right now with an injury, we'll see if he returns. He's 15 of 25 for 146 passing yards and 2 interceptions. Taquan Roberson 1 of 3 for 5 yards and interception as well. All 3 picks intended for Jahan Dotson. As Dotson has 6 catches for 43 yards, but he's been targeted double than that. And as Lambert Smith leads the way, 4 catches, 56 yards, it's the short, quick passes that, hey, it all adds up. You move the ball, especially with no running game. I mean, you got to do something. I guess it's working. We'll see if it continues or not. But Penn State rushing, like I said earlier, and like I said all season long, you can't run the football, you're screwed. You can't run the football, home, away, neutral site. I don't care where the game's being played at. Especially late in the second half, game like this, top 5 on the road, fourth quarter, you're even more screwed, okay? When your starting quarterback leads your team in rushing, that's not a good thing. Not a good thing by any means. Clifford, he has 3 carries for 36 yards and a touchdown. Noah Cain has 4 carries. 1, 2, 3, 4 for 5 yards. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Add the 1, make it 5. Also a touchdown though, okay? Penn State doesn't have a rushing game, but they have 2 rushing touchdowns plus a field goal from 32 yards out from Jordan Stout for their 17 halftime points, leading 17-10 at Iowa right now, okay? They were able to get into the red zone, some big pass plays, just continue to move the football, plain and simple. And then no wonder they had a 2-yard rushing touchdown and a 4-yard rushing touchdown because Iowa's defense then couldn't get off the field either. And then for Iowa, as we'll get into Penn State receiving here right now, beforehand, Lambert Smith 456, Dotson 6 of 43, Parker Washington 2 catches 21 yards, and Brenton Strange 1 catch for 15 yards. Penn State also short quick passes. Why aren't you running halfback screens? We'll see how much the play calling changes here in the second half, but then they have to find a running game for one. Penn State does. Continue to play great on defense. I think they should be all right. We'll see about the turnovers, injuries, even more penalties maybe. And even special teams, because I still feel like whoever doesn't turn the football over is going to win. Well, Iowa's +2 now in that category. And whoever plays better in special teams is going to win this game. And Penn State's got a 7-point lead, 17-10 here at the half as we're about to kick off, with Penn State getting the football to begin the second half, and not a good sign by any means whatsoever. Sean Clifford, the Big Red Dog, in street clothes on the sideline. He's going to be out for the remainder of the game. It'll be Taquan Roberson and the Canadian crippler himself, true freshman number 9, Christian Veilleux from the Great White North. If it comes down to it, if they even want to make a decision to switch then, man, was not expecting, but expect the unexpected. Sean Clifford to go down with an injury in a big game like this. And I'll say it once again, even though I don't really want to, at least the bye week's next week. And then Illinois, and then you got to go to Ohio State, got to go to Maryland, Michigan, Rutgers, and then at Michigan State to close it out. But we'll get to those games when we get to them. They got a half hour of football left, up 7 right now to begin the second half, getting the football to begin the third quarter here. Touchback on the kick, 1st and 10 from the 25. We'll see what Taquan Roberson can do. They got to worry about these next 30 minutes. They got to find a running game. They got to continue to play good defense. And like I said earlier too, maybe other than because they run that wide receiver pass a lot, they run that damn lion wildcat formation with a tight end, beating a dead horse in the process. What other trick plays do you have up your sleeve? Okay, and who's going to step up on defense? Maybe get a pick six, fumble, scoop, and score. Special teams need to step the hell up on a punt return. Would like it to be a punt return. If it's a kickoff return, if they tie it, you score, retake the lead, so fucking be it. But Penn State needs to focus on what's ahead of them in the remaining of this game. Forget about what happened in the first half with the injuries and the penalties, along with the 3 interceptions. You want to be throwing as much if you had a running game. They're going to try to establish a running game here early. Hand off Noah Kane. You have a lead. You're on the road. If you can run the football, run the clock, you should be all right if your defense continues to play well. Open up the play action every once in a while as well. Tight ends, running backs and tight ends on offense. Find a running game, dump it off, and play good defense. 2nd and 7, another handoff. Kane for 2, so 3rd and 5 to come. But, I mean, man, just a crazy game, plain and simple. 3rd and 5, Roberson looking to throw. Going to be dropped by Brenton Strange, incomplete. So a quick 3 and out, not even a minute taken off the scoreboard. And Penn State's going to punt. That's just a drop. You got to catch that. You have to catch that. You were right there at the marker. You would have turned, first down, run the clock, run the football. Oh, my God. Stout on the punt, 4th and 5. Iowa first half stats and scores coming up momentarily once they get the ball back here on offense, so stay tuned. And it's going to be fielded at the 14-yard line, and Jones out to the 25. Got a penalty flag. This should be coming back for an illegal block in the back or a hold on the punt return, so 10 yards, first down Iowa. And we'll see how these officials do in the second half, as it was slow and steady, 1 apiece before all those false starts by Penn State. But you never want the officiating to roll, especially late. During the return, illegal block in the back. Half the distance, actually, first down Iowa. Okay, half the distance, first down Hawkeyes. It was on number 27 as he pushed number 37, Drew Hartlub from Hanover, Pennsylvania, on special teams in the back. And now Iowa's backed up to their own end zone. 1st and 10. Ball at the 7-yard line. So Spencer Petras in the first half was 9-20 for 83 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Tyler Goodson on a 4-yard run. He'll now have 14 carries for 43 yards rushing. Ivory Kelly Martin, 3 for 13. And then Luke Lacey, 2 for 25 receiving. Other receivers, all 1, 2 catches apiece as well for 15 yards. So, I mean, like I said, really all you need is one big spark. One play, one drive to roll on or get back into it, or, you know. As Petra's going to roll out on play action. Going to get about 3 yards or so as he's going to get up limping. And Iowa's backup quarterback, as this might turn into a backup quarterback game now. Take on Roberson already in for Sean Clifford. As Arnold Ebiketie and Ellis Brooks made the stop. If Petras can't return, he took a big shot. Got up limping. He should be all right. In absence of him, it would be number 8, Alex Padilla, coming in to play quarterback for the Hawkeyes. But now 3rd and 3 from the 14. And stand over the middle, caught first down Hawkeyes. As Casey Jones, number 16 now, is emerging as the go-to favorite target for Spencer Petras this afternoon. It's still going to come down what defense bends doesn't break here with as close as we are. You know, who's going to make more plays on offense, score more points. Got a penalty flag coming in from behind. Probably going to be an illegal formation. Goodson on the run there for a couple yards. He's second down and about 8, but it'll be first and probably 15, first and 20. I'll replay the down. Probably going to be an illegal formation. I doubt that was a false start or a hold because the flag came in right as the ball was snapped. And there wasn't any movement. Illegal motion. 5 yards, replay first down. So first and 15. It was a fullback as he wasn't set. Yeah, he was not set. They got the ball off on the snap, and he got up there and blocked, but, yeah, no. Let's go. Spencer Petras, pass complete. That is number 3, Tyrone Tracy Jr. on the reception before number 5, Tariq Castro Fields makes the tackle. Second and long for the Hawks. Slant over the middle, caught Brisker on the stop as Nico picks up about 5 yards, third down and medium for the Hawkeyes as we're about 10 minutes to play in this third quarter. Wisconsin, Illinois, Boise State, BYU, Georgia, Auburn, all in the fourth quarter with all 3 visitors, actually all 4 visitors leading. With, of course, Penn State on the road as well at Iowa, 17-10, only in the third quarter, though. So road teams in the lead right now. Petras on 3rd and 6, pressured, looking to throw, throws it away out of bounds, incomplete. So 4th down and 6, 10-9 to play in this third quarter. Penn State leads it 17-10 over the Iowa Hawkeyes. And here we go again, Penn State on defense. Playing extremely well, holding, making another defensive stand, getting the hell off the field. If only the offense, without Sean Clifford now in at quarterback. We'll see how severe his injury is. I'm sure Franklin's going to get asked post-game about it all next week, into the bye week. After that, into the Illinois game as well, if he's going to be healthy, if he's going to be good to go. Punt return only for a few yards for Jahan Dotson. Be 1st and 10, Penn State from the 31-yard line when we return with the Nittany Lions leading the Hawkeyes here, 9:59 to play in the third quarter by 7, 17-10. But the offense has to do something now. You just can't hold on to this lead, expect the defense to continue to, play well, get off the field, make stop after stop for you, and hold on to win this game, even with a 7-point lead. Okay, Iowa, I would expect one of these 2 offenses are, like I said, at halftime. It's not going to stand the way it is. Something's going to happen this third, fourth quarter. I just don't know what or by who. That's the problem. That's the thing right now. Penn State on offense, they need to get their head out of their ass with a backup quarterback for one, find a running game. It starts there. If they can run the football, if they can find a running game right now and run the football, they'll be all right because defense can get them off the field and hold on to your lead, maybe extend it, and you pull away for a win. I mean, it's close right now, of course. A 7-point, 17-10 lead for the Penn State Nittany Lions, and a close one. But what do you expect? It's a top 5 showdown, a battle in the Big Ten right now. These are 2 of the top 4 teams in the country. Okay, Alabama plays at Texas A&M later tonight. Georgia's leading Auburn right now on the road. And then you have 3 versus 4 right now with Iowa hosting Penn State. And hearing noise in the background, just some dogs barking. Don't get worried. No concern there. Probably just goddamn neighbors. But, no. Like, Penn State on offense. They, man, just, you got to make Taekwon feel comfortable. You got to find a running game for him. Okay? You got to try to be balanced even more so than not now back at quarterback. Got to be consistent as well. But just get him comfortable back there. You know, if it's going to be those short, quick passes, then so be it. But find a running game if you can as well. Hopefully you can. Knock on wood. I don't care who it is. Noah Cain, Kevon Lee, John Love, Devin Ford, Keziah Holmes. Find a fucking running game. How hard is it to run the football? Like, seriously. How hard is it to run the football downfield? North-south, not east-west, because the end zone's ahead of you. Not to the side of you. Those are the sidelines, last I checked. Right? Yeah, exactly. So, Penn State going to have a 1st and 10 here. Up 7, 17-10. From the 31-yard line, I believe. And is there a streaker or is there something going on in the field right now? Because they're just panned off to the side. They're not showing any action on the field. They're holding the ball. It'll be, or are they allowing this crowd to get hot before Penn State snaps it? That's the other question. Doubtful. 1st and 10. Okay, 32-yard line. Roberson going to quarterback draw, keep it for himself. Hey, RPO works too. You want to run that? Make Taekwon read the right read. They're going to go hurry up. I don't mind it. Just don't do it all the damn time, especially when it's not in your favor and you're not taking any time off the clock. Handoff. And Kevon Lee gets a 1st down for a pickup of 5 yards. So the RPO run pass option, well, if he thinks the run's there, run the damn ball. If he wants to pass it and then nobody's open, tuck it and run. That's the option part to it. Or do whatever you got to do just to move the ball and get a 1st down. So, 2-yard run there by Kevon Lee again. 2nd and 8 for Penn State. Up 7 at Iowa. 17-10 in a battle of 2 top 5 teams. Roberson looking to throw near side a little too high, but that is number 6, Cam Sullivan Brown. Able to come down with it. 1st down, Penn State. Nice catch by him. Marquise Wilson's another one, number 8, who can step up wide receiver if need be. Play on offense, can play on defense for you. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 41. Roberson going to tuck it and run. Dives head first. Should have enough for a 1st down, depending on the spot. Keep it going. Why stop now? Just don't do anything stupid. Hell, you shot yourselves in the foot how many damn times with 3 straight false starts in a row and not even the same play. No time was taken off. Roberson going to tuck it and run again. We'll see if Iowa can stop this now. Hey, if it's working, it's working. So be it. Run it. It sucks Clifford's out for the game with an injury. I still don't know what it is. Should check out social media if I can get an update on that. But 2nd and 4, bubble screen complete. And Dawson, 1st down, Penn State. I feel like Clifford's injuries, left side, whether it's his hip, ribs, or shoulder, it's his left side. And he's in street clothes now on the sideline. And Taekwon, you know, he looks more comfortable right now. They're able to move the football. They got a running game going with the quarterback, but I'd like it to be running back wise. But you already have a 7-point lead. You score here again, up 2 touchdowns, mid-3rd quarter. Defense is playing as good as you are. You catch them off guard here with what you're doing on offense now. You're backup quarterback. You should be all right the remaining way, I think. The thing is, you don't need to go hurry up all damn time. Slow it down, especially with this lead and you're trying to run the football. Work the clock. Work the play clock. You got 40 seconds. You don't need to snap it until there's under 10 seconds left. Hell, under 5. Take time off this clock. Don't, oh my God, they're not even taking 10, 15 seconds off. 2nd and 6, they snap it. Roberson near side is going to be caught. Theo Johnson and dropped, incomplete. 3rd down and 6. Incompletion, stops the clock, of course. They could have worked this clock right now to 4 or 5 minutes in the 3rd quarter if they'd worked the play clock. is hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. And I know I just said, hey, run it. You're doing good. You're moving the ball. It's working for you. But you still got to be smart about it. From the 16, 3rd down and 6. As Penn State, after starting 5 for 5 on 3rd down, 0 for 4 since. Roberson looking to throw, at least throw it away. Do not take a sack. My God. Should still be good enough for field goal range, though. Going to be probably about a 45-yard kick, I'd have to guess right now. You do not want to take a sack. I don't care who you are playing quarterback. You could be a Hall of Fame quarterback. You could be a rookie. You cannot take a sack on 3rd down. 44-yard official field goal. 4th and 17. And Stout's kick up and good. 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals. Penn State leads it by 10. 20-10 here midway through the 3rd quarter. They got to take more time off the clock, though, now. You got to, especially the lead on the road against a good Iowa team, you got to work this clock. Because those few minutes might come back and bite you late. So, yeah, with 6 and change to play in the 3rd quarter, Penn State leads at 20-10 over the Iowa Hawkeyes. So, at least they sort of found a running game there. At least, hell, I'm not even going to say it because I said it earlier about the missed kicks, 1 per game, even though I did just say it again. But 2 rushing touchdowns, 2 field goals. Of course, Iowa had a 3-0 lead. And really, they really shouldn't have even had that 3-point. The touchdown, okay, it stood after review. Penn State's defense playing extremely well right now. And they're lucky, really, honestly, to be honest with you, to only be up 10. Like, it really probably should be a whole lot closer than it is. Because they can't really do a whole lot on offense. Even when Clifford was in there, all of those passes, 2 rushing touchdowns, he goes down. Roberson comes in. It takes a little while to, get going. Good drive there. You can't take a sack, though. You got to throw it away. At least he didn't throw it away in another interception because Penn State already has 3 of those today. And you settle for the field goal. Okay, you're forced to kick. It's up and good. You extend your lead to 10, 20-10. But yeah, the Iowa 3 points, of course, first play of the game for Penn State through interception. Drive stalls, they have to settle for field goal. And then their touchdown. So 20-10 is where we stand at. It was, of course, 17-10 there at the half after a 3-0 Iowa lead to start the game. And then 17 unanswered before they cut it at halftime, 17-10. And then Penn State extends it here midway through the 3rd quarter, 20-10 now. But defense just continue to play well. That's all you can ask. Make stop after stop after stop. Blue collar, put your hard hat on, go to work. LBU. Yeah, defense just got to get off the field. Just make stops. Continue to play good defense. Hey, if the offense looks as good as they just did on the last drive, the rest of the game, and they're moving the ball, work the clock, well, this game's going to be over before you know it. You would think so, right? I mean, yeah. But now as we come back from a commercial break, Iowa's going to get it back. And neither team on offense, really. I mean, 3 touchdowns and 3 field goals total. Even with all those 30 points, still don't really have a whole lot to show for it. There really hasn't been that big play that's turned the corner. There's been all the turnovers, all the injuries for Penn State at least, and all the penalties. But there hasn't been that big play. And for some reason, we're going to take another quick commercial break here. So we'll be back. But then also, special teams, as mentioned earlier, there's been nothing really in the return game for either team. Or even with the turnovers, there's been no defensive touchdown. Even though the pick to begin the game for Penn State to Iowa was as close as any of them could get right now because it was inside the 10-yard line. As Penn State, the starting field position, when they've had good starting field position, they've been able to move the football. When not, they're screwed. They're up shit creek without a paddle, and they're punting. So, I mean, it's been a damn good game. Crazy start, no doubt about it. Crazy first half in general, I thought. And then, I mean, it sort of slowed down a little bit. Of course, still, with all turnovers and injuries, it probably could slow down and should slow down a little bit more. You know, go old school here late, run the ball, run the clock out. You know, because if it comes down to it, they have a lead and they're not running the football, then what the hell are you doing? You're just handing over the game. Hopefully we don't have to dive into that here late third, early fourth quarter by any means, but never say never, you know? So we'll see what gives. I'm sure something will, as always. But, I mean, another close one with Penn State and Iowa. What do you expect? It's always like this. You know, I don't care whether it's being played as it is today, Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City, or right here in Happy Valley Beaver Stadium, or a potential, depending on how the rest of the season goes, rematch, Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, early December for the Big Ten Championship. I don't care where these two teams are playing at. It's going to be close. It's going to be ground and pound. We're going to try to run the ball at least, play action, and defense. Defense wins you championships, folks, last I checked, okay? Offense might score you points. Defense scores you points too, yeah, no doubt about it. But then also, with the offense, style points, you know, making everybody look good, comes down to it, defense is going to win the game. And 3 of the last 4 meetings with these two teams, as we're back, Mike Yurcich talking it over to Taquan Roberson. There's Christian Vayu as well, who would now be the backup quarterback to Taquan with Clifford out. And then behind them, at number 15, it'd be Evan Clark. And at number 20, it'd be Mason Stahl. But other than that, Penn State doesn't have any other quarterbacks. And I doubt those last two even traveled. And even if they did, they're not dressed. So, no. Defense is going to win one of these two teams the game today. 3 of the last 4 meetings have been decided by less than 6 points. Total 13. Okay? And then Iowa last year, right before Thanksgiving, defeated the Nittany Lions by 20, 41-21. Because that game, as well, no fans. It really didn't matter. Penn State turnovers that game killed them. Killing them again today, but they're able to play better defense. 2nd and 2 for Iowa. Petrus on the give to Goodson. And then Brisker and Jacobs on the stop for the Nittany Lion defense. First down Hawkeyes, but just continue to play good defense here. That's all I'm asking. And find a running game. Keep it simple. Especially a backup quarterback. Make them feel as comfortable as possible. Wisconsin shuts out Illinois by the same final score of what Indiana last week, 24-0. BYU knocking on the door, looking to come back, but they trail 23-10 at home against Boise State. Georgia just scored again. So the Dogs on the road on the Plains in the Deep South's oldest rivalry, lead 34-10 over the Tigers. They'll pick up the win there. Another injured Penn Stater, number 17, Arnold Ebiketie. Hey, it's you get a false start, you get a false start, you get a false start, like I said earlier. Well, it's now, hey, you're injured, you're injured, you're injured, you're injured. And they're checking out his left leg, his left knee. He's just sitting there. And Iowa fans here again booing, feeling as Penn State on defense is trying to stall. Because Iowa right now, I totally understand it right now for the most part of all the other times it's already happened today. They have a good drive going right now. They do. He's going to walk off. Thing is, you cramp up. I mean, hell, it's what, 80 degrees in Iowa mid-October? Who would have guessed it? Should be like 40. You know, so weather-wise, like, with all the wind from earlier, too, with the ball falling off the tee, how many damn times? Like, this game's just been all out of whack. 1st and 10 for Iowa. They trail by 10, if you're just now tuning in, 20-10, with 5:25 to play in this third quarter. From the 46-yard line, handoff to TG15, Tyler Goodson. And he's going to get about a yard or so if he's lucky. Just back to the line of scrimmage, 2nd down and long. 2nd and 10, no gain. BYU does score. They got 7:20 to 7 to play in the 4th. They now only trail by 6, 23-17. So that game's going to get good. We'll check in on some other scores here momentarily as well. Update the stats here next commercial break too. So stay tuned. 2nd and 10 from the 46. Petrus looking to throw. Pump fake's going to tuck it and run. Almost went down on a sack and then gets drilled by Ellis Brooks. That's no targeting. He did not lower his helmet. He didn't lower his head. That's a shoulder-to-shoulder tackle. And Petrus actually slid. And we see a official cam. And, I mean, he did go right for the ribs, right for the ball. But he hit him in the... Ellis Brooks' back hit Petrus and took him down. So a 3-yard run, 3rd and 7. That's not a dirty hit. I'd understand more, especially with Ellis Brooks already having the targeting against him on the road at Wisconsin week 1, if that was more helmet to helmet than anything else, but it wasn't. It was nowhere near. 3rd and 7, Petrus looking to throw. Good coverage by Penn State. However, number 84, the tight end, Sam Laporta, comes down with it, and it'll be 1st down for the black and gold. Nice tight end curl. 1st down for Iowa. Jair Brown on the stop. Three and a half to play in this third quarter, 1st and 10, Iowa. And Ivory Kelly Martin on the give, no gain for him. That's Penn State's defense here. Holding down the fort, they're standing tall. Making stop after stop after stop. You might as well put up a red light or a big red stop sign right at the line of scrimmage and tell Iowa, hey, this is what's going to happen. Because that's what's happened all damn day for the most part. From the 35, 2nd and 10. Iowa going to run. And Brandon Smith and Ellis Brooks on the stop. I said earlier, Penn State has to find a running game. It's sort of getting there. It's still not there, though. But then you also have to stop the run. And they, for the most part, have been able to do that today. Maybe give them up a big run or two, but nothing spectacular. But we haven't had by either team that big play that'll open it up. 3rd and 8 from the 33. Petrus going to get sacked. No, he gets rid of it. And as number 6 for Iowa, Keegan Johnson makes a catch, Penn State makes a stop. Tree Castro Fields and Arnold Ebiketie on the coverage, as it looked like number 92 Smith Vilbert from New York City about brought down Petrus on the sack. Iowa here with another field goal attempt, this from 48 yards out. Kick gonna be up and good. Back to a touchdown game. 20-13 Penn State with 1:36 to play in the third quarter. So this will be coming down to the wire. About 16 minutes and change to play, but here we have a 20-13 game. Penn State with 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals. Iowa with a touchdown and 3 field goals. And a 7-point lead for the Nittany Lions. Here once again with 1:36 to play in the third quarter. So some updated stats and scores now. Iowa, after that drive, cutting it once again to 7. Spencer Petrus is 14 of 26 for 107 passing yards, a touchdown, and an interception. Tyler Goodson, 18 carries for 72 yards on the ground. Ivory Kelly Martin has 5 carries for 15 yards rushing. Penn State, Clifford's done. He's going to finish 15 of 25 for 146 yards passing and 2 interceptions. So I'll leave it at that. And then Taquan Roberson, he's 3 of 7 for 22 yards, also an interception. But capitalizing off of these turnovers, the first Penn State interception, yes, Iowa got a field goal. The second one, though, Iowa also threw a pick and Penn State scored. But it's still pretty sad for Penn State rushing. When you're starting now injured, out for the game quarterback, Sean Clifford leads the team in rushing. 3 carries for 36 yards on the ground and a touchdown. Kevon Lee, 5 of 15, just as Ivory Kelly Martin has, backing up Tyler Goodson. Roberson, 6 of 11. Noah Kane, 6 of 10 for a touchdown as well. The passing game for Penn State now, with Taquan Roberson in the ball game, feels non-existent. I mean, okay, maybe a short pass here or there for a few yards, but they were running RPO. Whether they're running it, okay, fine running game still, but if he's passing and then nobody's there, they're still running. That's the option part to it, or just do whatever the hell you have to do to move the ball. So Penn State with a fair catch, I guess, on the kick. So it'll be 1st and 10, Nittany Lions from the 25. Okay, fair catch. Well, you get 5 yards more than what you probably would have got at the 20 when you would have just been brought down on the tackle if they wouldn't have blown the whistle anyway. So touchback, fair catch inside the 25's a touchback now. So 1st and 10, Penn State from the 25-yard line. 1:36 to play in this third quarter. 1st and 10, we'll update some other scores as well momentarily. So stay tuned with some other games about to kick off here coming up in a little bit. But Penn State, once again, back to only a touchdown lead, 20-13 at Iowa. Noah Kane up the middle, a few yards for him, 3 officially. It'll be 2nd and 7. 1, 2, 3 to play here in this third. Run the ball. They know they need to run the football right now. They know they need to. Can they? That's the big question. If so, and they move the football by running it, open up the pass end when needed, because you run the football, it's going to open up the rest of the playbook. Defense playing well, you're fine, okay? Roberson going to hand off again. Noah Kane. 2, another 3 yards. So chunk plays. Chip away at it. third down and about 4, maybe 5 again. 3rd and 5 officially. Run a quarterback draw. Maybe go deep. I wouldn't be shocked if they go deep on this. Go to your damn tight ends, though, too. I mean, man, come on. How hard is it, whether they're playing good defense against you or not, to run this, that, or whatever? I can understand if you're not doing a good job at it, but if it's something new, well, why not? Oh my God, catch the fucking football, Bretton Strange. Incompletion, hit him right in the hands again. Right at the first down marker, that would have been 2 first downs. 4th down, they're going to have to punt. Good play call, he's open, you just got to catch the ball. You have to catch the football. So 4th and 5. Penn State on to punt. Hell, they can't even take time off the clock. Jordan Stout booms it from the 15, and A.J. Litton drills them. And no penalty flag, Wisconsin officials, from week 1. He did the same thing that game a month ago. Got called for 2 kick-catch interference penalties. This time he lays them out, drills them right as he catches it. And Iowa's going to have a 1st and 10, 8 seconds here in the 3rd quarter. And that's a good no call. That's never a penalty to begin with. And he hits them, tackles them right away. They'll have a 1st and 10 inside the 20. But they got a ways to go to get back into this game, to tie it up at 20, or even cut it again at 16 to make it a 4-point Penn State lead. Yeah, 1st and 10 from the 15 for Iowa. And about 6, maybe 7 yards to number 15, Charlie Jones, Iowa's slot receiver, the go-to target for Spencer Petras this afternoon, as mentioned earlier. However, that does it for the 3rd quarter. At the end of 3, we got a good one cooking. Penn State at Iowa, 20-13. 2 5-0 Big Ten teams battling it out in the top 5. Who, arguably, with the wins, the 3rd best team in the country, behind Alabama, who has still yet to play today, but should beat Texas A&M. And then Georgia's putting it to Auburn, who Penn State defeated. So Auburn will lose for the first time since losing to Penn State. Auburn, they had them early. Georgia's just too damn good. Alabama and Georgia are by far, I said this last week, even with Iowa and Penn State, playing next week, not today, coming up, and right behind them in the rankings, Alabama and Georgia are your 2 best teams in the country right now. Okay? And I'm a Penn State Big Ten fan. Those 2, of course, out of the SEC. But when the Big Ten also has 5 teams in the top 11, compared to the SEC only having 1 and 2 with Alabama and Georgia, I mean, that has to speak for something, right? I mean, I get it still early. There's still a lot of football left to be played here. We're only mid-October. Whoever will be the victor in this game will be the 3rd ranked team tomorrow. Because it's Alabama, Georgia ahead. I mean, Cincinnati put it at the Temple last night. Do they jump? Probably not. I mean, they'll move up, but not jump, whoever wins this game. Because the next highest-ranked SEC team behind Alabama and Georgia, 1-2, when the Big Ten has 5 teams in the top 11 with Iowa, Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, and Michigan State at 3, 4, 7, 9, and 11. It's Arkansas at 13, and they lost at Ole Miss today because they decided to go for 2 and the win as time expired, losing 52-51. But then Kentucky's not far behind. They play at LSU tonight, or host LSU, excuse me. And then it's Ole Miss at 17. So Ole Miss, I would think, is going to jump. But it also just depends on what else happens ahead of everybody. You know, it's one game at a time. It's 1 week at a time. It's do your job. The rest will figure itself out. But currently, as mentioned, also right now in college football, as a few other games, yes, have gone final from everything I mentioned earlier. Virginia defeated Louisville, came back and actually won that 34-33. SMU beat Navy 31-24. UAB 31-14 over Florida Atlantic. Liberty 41-13 over Middle Tennessee State. Wisconsin shot out Illinois 24-0. UMass defeated UConn 27-13. They are now 1-5 as UConn falls to 0-7. What an absolute disgrace to college football. And then Eastern Michigan defeated Miami, Ohio 13-12. Ball State 45-20 winners over Western Michigan, so that's good for Penn State defeating Ball State earlier this year. And of course, the shutout win over Illinois, who Penn State plays in 2 weeks after the bye week next week. So, common team there. Common opponent is Indiana, was the one with Penn State and Iowa here today. And then also Central Michigan defeated Ohio, and Colorado State defeated San Jose State. Right now, Boise State, BYU going to come down to the wire. Georgia's going to beat Auburn. Syracuse might tie it up at home against Wake Forest before hosting Clemson on a Friday night. And then everything else is, well, Oregon State, Washington State tied 24 in the fourth. But then everything else is early on with everything else about kickoff still. 3rd and 2 here for Iowa. Out of the eye as we begin the fourth quarter. Quarterback sneak, first down Hawkeyes. As why not run a sneak? Why not? First and 10, Iowa, Tyler Goodson on the run. Brisker on the tackle after 13 on the pickup. First down, Iowa again. So now from the 39, once again out of the eye, Iowa's going to run the football. And Penn State's going to stop them. .45 to play. Iowa's going to run a reverse, and looking to throw is Jones. Decides to tuck it and run, though. Pushed out by Joey Porter Jr. after about a pickup of 8 yards. Good play call. It was a handoff. Running back gave it to the receiver, who came near side the whole way end around on the reverse and almost got a first down out of it. So 3rd down and 3 now from the 46. Petras looking to throw, gets drilled as he gets rid of it, and it's almost picked off by Brisker. Incomplete. Iowa wants a flag. They're not going to get it. Jair Brown laid out Petras. Good no call. Good no call on that. And Penn State almost picked it off. Now, if they would have picked it off, how much you want to bet they would have threw the flag? Officiating, near I say it, really hasn't been that bad this afternoon, but we've still got 12 minutes and 8 seconds to play, so I'll digress there. Iowa on the punt. Going to bounce inside the 10, and Iowa's going to down it inside the 5 at the 1 yard line once again. So special teams, whether it's return game or pinning them deep, Iowa's won that battle. They've pinned Penn State deep inside the 10 yard line like 3-4 times already today. And Penn State, like I said, with bad starting field position, they can't do jack shit. When they have some decent, starting at 25 or better, field position, they drive, and whether they score or not, they're able to drive. So, Georgia defeats Auburn, as that game just went final. On CBS, we got a few minutes left. On ABC with Boise and BYU. Boise's better than the record shows at 2-3. Those 3 losses arguably could all be wins, because the Broncos, as BYU, the Cougs, are undefeated at 5-0. Boise State lost last week by 10. They lost by 1 at home to Oklahoma State, and they lost on the road to begin the year by 5 to UCF. And they lead 26-17 here, 2.5 to play. Syracuse does tie it up at home against Wake Forest. We're going to flip this game on. 34 apiece on ESPN2 in the ACC with Demon Deacons and the Orange. And then also still, Washington State just took a lead, 31-24. Game still to kick off. Got a few good games, 7 or later. TCU Texas Tech on ESPN. As there is Wake Forest and Syracuse. Okay. Along with, as mentioned, yes, TCU Texas Tech. And then Michigan, Nebraska, Notre Dame, Virginia Tech, LSU, Kentucky, Alabama, Texas A&M, Utah, USC are your games a little bit later on. So now we'll have Penn State, Iowa, along with the conclusion to Wake Forest, Syracuse, TCU, Texas Tech, and also the conclusion to Boise State and BYU. Penn State going to start this drive, 11:58 to play, up 7, 20-13, 1st and 10 from the 2-yard line. And here we go again, false starts. Backing yourself up when you have no room to go. It'll be half the distance, replay 1st down. So now 1st and 10 from the 1. Are they going to make it 3 in a row like they did the last time they were down here? Goal line, end zone of their ass. 1st and 11 officially. Hand off, don't get a safety. Do not get a safety. Hand off Kevon Lee. Get yourself some breathing room. That is all you need. Get yourself some breathing room right now. One play at a time. 2nd down, about 9, maybe 10. They give them that yard back from false start. How about you run up a quarterback sneak? How about that? And why the hell are you in the gun, 2nd and 10 from the 2-yard line? Roberson looking to throw. You got to get rid of it. Pass going to be incomplete. 10 for Condre Lambert-Smith. Good to see him back out there. He was injured earlier. But incomplete, 3rd and 10. Wake Forest and Syracuse going to overtime. Third down and 10 for the blue and white on the road at Iowa in a battle of 2 unbeaten top 5 teams. One of these 2 winning streaks, whether it be an 11-game Iowa or a 9-game Penn State, will come to an end today. They get it off, hand off Kevon Lee, 2 yards for him, 4th down, they're going to punt. You got to play defense again because they can't do a damn thing on offense with running the damn football. Penalties and turnovers have killed them today too. No doubt about it. Defense, as good as you played all season long, as good as you played in the second half at Wisconsin, need you to play 10 times better right now when Iowa gets football back here on offense. I mean, this could be make or break season for one of these 2 teams right now. Stout punts. It's going to go out of bounds. We'll see where they spot it. 1st and 10 at midfield. So 1st and 10, Iowa from midfield. $20 to 13, Penn State, 10:35 to play. Iowa football back when we return.
Sorry, buddy, that's incorrect. Thank you very much. Jessica in the middle. You said me? No. Also me. Great LOL. That was really important. Everybody gets the rates, I guess.
Surprisingly great rates that fit any budget. Like a good neighbor. State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today. When it's game time, everyone's got a favorite number. Whichever number you go with, you'll get free delivery on Saturdays when you order with Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Coming for a soccer ball? Leave a part of the team. What we value most shouldn't cost more.
We all have places to go, places we've been. A map of our lives that grows with every destination. Every view that boldly defies expectation. For some, it's too much. Me, that's what keeps me driving. Not knowing what lies ahead. The anticipation of that next big thing. And the feeling that anything can happen come game day.
If Iowa can get a running game going, Goodson's 21 of 86. As a team, 36 for 128, when Penn State's 26 for 79. I mean, the longest play of the game today has been a 30-yard pass for Penn State and a 22-yard pass for Iowa. So now, you know, what quarterback's going to make a play? Still, what defense bends but doesn't break? Like I said, for Penn State's defense here, they need to play 10 times better than they played at Wisconsin, Ball State, even Auburn, Villanova, Indiana. Need to hold on. They've, for the most part, I get stat-wise, okay, look at it. Goodson's 21 for 86 on the ground, and Iowa's team has over 100 yards rushing, which is about at their average right now, maybe a little bit more. But Penn State, for the most part, doing a better job of stopping the run here this afternoon. But they have to continue to make stops right now. Plain and simple. 1st and 10 from midfield for Iowa. Petrus looking to throw. Almost, oh my God, almost picked off. Joey Porter Jr., that play was dead from the start, but Petrus made a play out of nothing as he was going to give it to the running back. And he just kept running. And then okay, I'm going to throw. Slant. Receiver wasn't even looking for it. Joey Porter had it, sort of dropped it, tipped it, and then it fell in between 3 Penn State defenders. Incomplete. So, like I said too earlier, continue to play great defense, maybe get a turnover or two, we'll see. Missed tackle by Castro Fields, and Iowa's on the run. Brandon Smith brings them down at the 20-yard line. There's your big play to spark something potentially. Iowa's going to have a 1st and 10, not a 1st and goal, 1st and 10. I don't know who's running the on-screen graphics, but it's a 1st and 10. Number 10, BYU goes down. Boise State with the win, 26-17. And this is Boise State's first road win over an AP top 10 opponent since 2001, 20 years in the making. Big win for Boise State. They really could be undefeated right now. A few close losses, and BYU goes down. Goodson on the give. Penn State right there. Daquan Hardy, who stepped up extremely well this season, makes a stop in the backfield for a tackle for loss. Officially 2nd and goal for the Hawkeyes from the 13-yard line. Petrus looking to throw. It's caught, but then Joey Porter Jr. with a big stop. Tackled him right away. 3rd and goal. If you can hold them to a field goal, I'll take it. Just don't give up a touchdown to let them tie this game right now. Third and goal for Iowa. They trail by 7. It's 20-13 Penn State. 8:50 to play. Petrus looking to throw. Pump fakes. And Daquan Hardy takes him down in the sack back at the 20. 4th down. And Iowa's back on to kick a field goal. Curtis Jacobs, Daquan Hardy, Keandre Lambert, Smith early. This Penn State defense, I tell you what, this arguably might be their best defense from top to bottom, front to back, in years. If they can continue to play like this. Kick's going to be up and good, 20-16. 8:08 to play. Penn State's going to get it back up 4. 20-16 is your score now, okay? Penn State, Iowa, 2 unbeatens at 5-0 in the top 5. Have all 3 timeouts remaining. Penn State, backup quarterback. You still got to keep it simple. You got to make Taquan Roberson feel comfortable. I don't care who's playing quarterback, whether it be Sean Clifford or Taquan Roberson right now. Clifford, of course, out with an injury. You have to find a running game right now. Have to. You're on the road. You're leading by 4. When 3 of these last 4 meetings between Penn State and Iowa have been decided by less than 6 points. Last I checked, 4 is less than 6. That's where we sit at right now, 20-16. You have to be able to run the football late in the 4th quarter, on the road, with a lead, to run the clock out and pick up the W. Plain and simple. If Penn State cannot run the football when we come back, Iowa makes a stop, gets the ball back, even with Penn State playing good defense, we'll be in for an interesting finish. I don't know how it'll go, but it'll come down to the final few minutes then at that point. Penn State's defense, though, man, I tell you what, like I said, even with all the injuries today, all the turnovers and all the penalties, This defense has continued to play extremely well. You have Arnold Ebiketie up front. You have Nick Tarburton up front as well, as they both are basically replacing Adisa Isaac, who would have started this season at defensive end, but was lost for the season because of an injury. At D tackle, Musfer went down early. I haven't seen him back out there. But Fred Hansard, along with Derek Tangelo, transferred from Duke, as AK transferred from Temple, Devon Ellis, Keziah Izzard making some stops. At linebacker, I mean, Jesse Luketa can play D end and backer. It's him, Ellis Brooks, Brandon Smith, Curtis Jacobs has had the game of his life, making stops. Daquan Hardy has, from where he was last year to all the plays he's made this year, he's come a long way. Drew Castro Field, Joey Porter Jr., Keaton Ellis, along with Brisker and Jair Brown. I mean, man, if only they had a running game. Go the tight ends a little bit more. I get you got a backup quarterback now, but Penn State has to be able to run the football as Iowa kicks off. And we'll have a touchback, 1st and 10, Nittany Lions from the 25. Up 4. 8:08 to play. Wake Forest wins it in overtime at Syracuse. As Syracuse kicked a field goal. Wake Forest has scored a touchdown. Demon Deacons with a road win in the ACC. First and 10, Penn State got a penalty flag coming in. This is going to come back for a false start, so no 6-yard run there. So they'll replay first down. Too many false starts. Too many penalties. Too many turnovers. Turnovers have died down. You definitely can't turn over now. Turnovers, penalties absolutely kill you. Injuries pile up, next man up. But got to find a running game. Taquan Roberson going to tuck and run on a quarterback draw. Okay, about 2nd and 13. But now they're going to go hurry up. Why are you going hurry up? Oh my God, work the damn clock. My God. You're not even going to take a minute off the clock again and give them the ball back when you can't do jack shit on offense. Defense gets you off the field, but then you can't do anything on offense. Then you can't even move the ball and take any time off the damn clock. You lead by 4, but they're going to get the ball back. You ever hear clock management, Mike Yursich, James Franklin? You're going to throw this game if you do not work the clock and cannot find a running game right now. Believe me. 3rd and 13. Roberson looking to throw, going to tuck and run again. Late penalty flag comes in. We'll see what that is. Probably a hold. He got a yard on the run anyway. If it is a holding, 10 yards, they'll decline at 4th down. Penn State's on the punt. Iowa's going to get the football back. It's still going to be declined because it's on Penn State, wherever the hell it is. You mean to tell me you can't take 1 minute off the clock? There's 8:08 when you got the ball back. Now there's 7:08 to play. So chop block, actually, they'll replay it with a half the distance. So 3rd and a mile. Why the hell not? I mean, we're burning daylight here, but you can't even burn a fucking minute off the clock for fuck's sake. 3rd and 24. And another fucking false start. Oh my God. You're shooting yourselves in the foot. You want to blow your brains out in the process while you're at it? Like, seriously. There is... Right now, No hope for Penn State to move the football more than 5 yards, let alone an inch. Okay? 3rd and 29, back of their 6. And Taquan's looking to throw. Don't take a... Oh, my God. He almost took a sack for safety in the end zone, then almost threw a pick as he got drilled. It's incomplete. 4th down, 6:42 to play. Iowa's getting the football back, down 4, and a touchdown will win it. Man, come on. If only you had a damn running game. And, Clifford didn't go down with an injury. But I'm not blaming that, because even with all the injuries, everybody else has stepped up. They need to find a running game, and they need clock management. I mean, seriously. There's 6.5 left. There really could be 3 minutes left if they would have worked it right. But no. We're just going to hand it away. Because that's where we're at right now. So, Iowa's getting it back after that punt. Down 4. 20-16. We'll see what the Penn State defense can do. Of course, if they can make a stop, then none of this is going to matter. They still got to fix a shit ton of mistakes, though. They got to clean a lot of stuff up going into the bye week next week. So, perfect timing for that midway through the year. But, like I said earlier, schedule's not getting any easier. You got to go to Ohio State in a few weeks. Fuck, they just put up 66 on Maryland earlier. Then you got to go to Maryland. Then you get Michigan here and got to go to Michigan State. So, yeah, just frustrating is all it is. No doubt about it. It's just, I don't understand how you cannot run the football. You have 5 running backs. 5. Isn't there one of them or 2 of them that can try to at least consistently run the football? I mean, I get it all starts up front, but then, how many false start penalties have today so far? Game's not over just yet, so don't rule that out, but I just don't get how you can't run the football. We're a month into the season. You have 5 wins. 2 games, one decided by 6, the other by 8. The other you win by a good margin. Now you lead by 4. What? So you're going to beat Ohio State by 2? Beat Iowa by 2 today? Beat Michigan, Maryland, Rutgers, Michigan State, Illinois by 2? Or are you going to win by 10 because it's going upwards, not down from start to finish? 6 over Wisconsin, 8 over Auburn. You lead by 4 right now. We're not getting a 6-4 game today by any means. But just frustrating. I don't understand how you can't run the football. And especially if this defense wasn't playing as good as they are. Yeah, no shit. No wonder they started 0-5 last year. And they'd probably be 0-5 right now, too. They'd be getting blown out. It's Penn State's defense that's keeping them alive. Petrus looking to throw 1st and 10. They're going to go deep. Man wide open at the 15-yard line. And he's going to get in the end zone. Touchdown, Iowa. One play, and they take the lead. Are they going to mark them short? Touchdown. You have to be kidding me. No running game, poor clock management, all the damn turnovers, all the damn penalties and injuries. What killed them right now? They still got 3 timeouts, 6:26 to play. Iowa's probably going to go for 2 because it's 22-20. So they'll take a 4-point lead if they execute and convert on it after trailing by 4. But man, come on. How do you let a man get that wide open? They're actually going to kick it. Yeah, no shit. I don't know why I said they'll probably go for 2. Yeah, they'll kick it to go up 3, make it a 3-point lead. Meaning Penn State's going to need a field goal to at least tie it. And down to the kicking game, Stout's already good for 2 field goals today. But once again, Penn State's missed at least 1 kick in every single win so far this season. Got to move the ball more than 5 yards. Got to move the ball more than 5 yards. Got to find a running game. Now you're trailing. You got to open it up. And you got a backup quarterback with Taquan Roberson. And really, going into the bye week right now, the season's on the line. You got to give credit to Iowa. I mean, what a damn good play call. I just don't know how the hell you can get that wide open. Just mind-blowing. One play, and they take the lead. Penn State, touchback, 1st and 10 Lions from the 25. It's in Iowa's defensive hands now, yes. And they're at home. It's a top 5 matchup. 2 unbeaten crowds behind them. They got a 3-point lead. Penn State's got to come back. Roberson looking to throw on a quick bubble screen, complete to Condre Lambert-Smith. All right, go back to how you started this game. Go back to the basics. Go back to those short, quick passes that were working. Because they really haven't been able to stop those. If it works, it works. Another damn false start. You got to be kidding me. You're used to playing in noise. You play in a 110,000 seat stadium. You can't go on the road. I don't care how loud they are. And not get a false start in a 70,000 seat stadium. Even with a backup quarterback and the clap from the quarterback to get the snap. Just inexcusable. Roberson going to tuck it and run. He's going to get a first down, 11-yard run for him. Okay. I'll take it. Just move the ball. Now, you know, like I just said, we're burning daylight here, Pilgrim. It's down in the nitty-gritty. Time's on our side. You can't wait. You gotta go. And handoff Kevon Lee, 5 yards, 2nd and 5 with 5:30 to play. From the 40, another handoff. Kevon Lee lowers a shoulder. 1st down run for Penn State. 6 yards on the gain. Find a running game now, too. Work the clock. Drive. Score. Give them no time left. Do that, too. That's fine. Just don't do anything stupid. No stupid penalties, especially now late. Do not turn the ball over. Handoff. 1st down and 10. 3 yards up the middle for Kevon Lee. 2 officially 2nd and 8. Yeah, time's not on your side right now. Bubble screen complete to Parker Washington, whose name I have not said since the 1st quarter. He gets about... Actually, they're only going to give him a few yards. So it'll be 3rd down and medium. Yeah, he's disappeared until now. If Brenton Strange would have caught those 2 1st down, 3rd down passes, those other drives would have stayed alive. Roberson going to tuck and run, only get a yard. It'll be 4th and 3. And this might be the ball game. You could go for it here. They probably will with 4:05 to play. Penn State with 3 timeouts. Iowa with 3 timeouts. 23-20 Iowa. You punt, you pin them deep, you play good defense. I mean, you just give it that touchdown, though. So what does that say? You probably got to go for it here, yeah. 3:50 and counting to play. This might be the ball game. 4th and 3 for Penn State from the 47, down 3 on the road. Roberson looking to throw. Dumps it off in the flat. Complete to Kevon Lee, but he's stopped right away on the tackle. Iowa makes a stand. Penn State turnover on downs. Penn State still with 3 timeouts. They can get the football back. But Iowa's got only half the length of field to go. Why did you go to the screen? Oh my God, you had a guy. If you would have waited an extra second, I know you're getting pressured. He would have been wide open on the cross over the middle. Jesus Christ. So Iowa's defense steps up. They make the play late. And they make the big touchdown play late to take the lead. Defensive stand. Now they got the ball back. And they're just going to run it. Because they can, and Penn State can't. And that's why they're going to win. 6 yards for Goodson up the middle. Penn State probably with a timeout. This crowd getting hotter and hotter. They're going to let the clock run. I don't know why you're not calling a damn timeout. Motion man, the fullback. Handoff. And Penn State makes a stop. Jair Brown, Curtis Jacobs, Arnold Ebiketie. Be 3rd down and about 2.5, 3 for Iowa. Penn State with a timeout. 2:50 to play. Third and 3, 2:50 to play. Penn State trails 23-20 at Iowa. As TCU leads Texas Tech 14-0. Enter Sandman hits Virginia Tech about to take the field at home against Notre Dame. Michigan, Nebraska also about to kick off with LSU, Kentucky, Utah, USC. Petrus going to get brought down the backfield on a sack. So Penn State's defense does hold. So they go for it. Okay. They call another timeout. 4th and 6. Iowa's going to punt. Penn State's going to have 1 timeout, getting the ball back down 3. Field goal to tie it. Touchdown to win. Got to move the ball. Ain't going to move itself.
Just want to buy these. I think you may need one of these, too. Really?
So this Penn State defense gets another stop for them. But Penn State still has no running game. None. It's pathetic. Don't jump off sides here on 4th and 6. Watch for a fake punt, though, too. Iowa on the punt. They've pinned them deep all day long. They're going to do it again back of the 7. Officially at the 8. 1st and 10, Penn State. Length of the field to go. 1 timeout. 1st and 10, down 3. 23-20 with 2:38 to play. Penn State, you got to go. You got to find a consistent running game here as well. Work the clock, but you got to move. The clock management from earlier is coming back to kill him right now. 1st and 10 from the 8. Roberson looking to throw. Going to go deep down the middle at midfield, and it's incomplete, intended for Jahan Dotson. The 3 interceptions by Penn State today, 2 by Clifford, who's out injured, just now tuning in, and then Taquan Roberson. They've all been intended for Jahan Dotson. And that sort of almost picked off as well. Second and 10 from the 8. You cannot take a sack. Just don't turn it over either. Roberson looking to throw. Far side has a man caught and dropped by Cam Sullivan-Brown. Incomplete. 3rd and 10. Iowa's going to bring the blitz. They're going to bring the fucking house. Third and 10 from the 8. Roberson in the gun, left to right for Penn State. Looking to throw. He's going to avoid a sack in the end zone, gets rid of it, overthrows his man, and Jahan Dotson incomplete. 4th down. Now they can't even take 20 seconds off the clock. 3 straight incomplete passes. He just overthrew him on that. You would have had a 1st down if you hit him on the money. No wonder you're the fucking backup quarterback. My God. 4th and 10. Here's your ball game because Penn State only has one more timeout to stop it. And if they don't convert here, Iowa's going to be 1st and goal inside the 20 anyway. Roberson looking to throw at the 1st down marker. And it's going to be picked off by Iowa again. And the turnovers. The turnovers killed Penn State. All the penalties, not really, but even with the injuries, it was next man up. Taquan, he's no Sean Clifford. Got a penalty flag, probably for unsportsmanlike conduct, for some celebration. But plain and simple, Penn State does not have a fucking running game. End of story. Poor clock management. They run the football. They work the clock. They win this game. But no. After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct. Yeah, on Iowa. 15 yards, automatic 1st down. They'll keep it. Penn State can only stop it once, and 2:13 to play. All they're going to take is a few kneel downs, and the Hawkeyes are going to beat the Nittany Lions. And right now, with everything they have to fix, and then Illinois coming in 2 weeks, the bye week comes at a perfect time next week. 4 turnovers. What'd I say? Whoever does not turn the ball over, Iowa did once. Penn State, 4 interceptions. Iowa with the 1 pick. But whoever doesn't turn the football over is going to win this game. Iowa +3 in the turnover differential. Hawkeyes are going to be the Nittany Lions. Penn State couldn't find a running game. Sort of could stop it. On the defensive side, defense played extremely well. That's the only high coming out of this loss for Penn State. The defense played extremely well. But then they gave up that long touchdown pass. 1 play after they got the ball back and took the lead. And then on back-to-back Penn State drives, the Lions turn it over. 1 on downs, the other with an interception. And, there's not really much else to be said. Got an injury. A lot of injuries. Both sides, more so Penn State today. But, man, if only they had a running game. If only Penn State had a running game. Just absolutely pathetic. And, Just a shame the defense played as well as they did, and they're not going to win this. But credit to Iowa. Credit to Kirk Ferentz and Iowa. They hung in, and they did just enough late. One big play for a touchdown to take the lead. Both teams played extremely well on defense. Of course, special teams with the kicking game of the field goals we saw here today with both these teams, and also, as Penn State calls their third and final timeout, Petrus going to start his kneel downs. Iowa's going to win at 23-20. Iowa punting. They pinned Penn State deep like half a dozen times today. And Penn State's starting field position inside the 20, they went nowhere, especially inside the 5. They started the 25 or further on downfield. They were able to get good drives going. The turnovers kill you, for one, the 4 interceptions. The false starts that you had how many times today, especially in a row on a few of those drives, to back yourself up, going the wrong way, killed. And then the injuries, but it was next man up and everybody did well. But the big injury was starting quarterback number 14, Sean Clifford, going down before halftime. In comes Taquan Roberson. Threw an interception on his first drive. The RPO, when he tuck it and run, okay, there was something there, but they didn't keep it comfortable for him because they don't have a running game. Need balance and consistency. Of course, didn't get that. And Penn State rightfully deserves to lose this. Iowa deserves to win. Iowa's going to get to 6-0, stay at 3. Penn State will drop to 5-1. I doubt they drop outside the top 10. If they do drop far, it'll be 10 to the max, the lowest spot. You go on the road, you have a lead, you blow it. Penn State's going to get the ball back here. Iowa has to punt on 4th down, so fair catch. 7-8 yard line to get inside the 10. Penn State's going to have no timeouts, 39 seconds, needing a touchdown to win it. Field goal to tie. So we'll see if they can do something here. I highly doubt it. Probably give me a sack or an interception or something bad for the blue and white. But yeah, man, just frustrating as all hell. From the 8 again, Roberson looking to throw. He's going to tuck it and run. Get out of bounds. He doesn't do that. Got to go. Clock's going to run. Hurry up. Let's go. Burning daylight again. And they snap it with 20 seconds. 2nd and 7. Roberson going to heave it near side. Out of bounds. Incomplete. 3rd and 7. 14 seconds to play. Yeah, so, you go on the road and you're only going to lose by 3 when you had a lead and you blow it late against a top 5 team, the team that's ranked 1 spot ahead of you. As long as they got blown out. Penn State's not going to drop far in the rankings. They'll be in the top 10. The lowest they'll drop, I think, come tomorrow around 2 o'clock, be 10th in the country. It might even be a little bit higher than that. I don't know. They might not even fall hardly at all. Just really depends on what else happens. I know Cincinnati behind them. They won. Ohio State won earlier. BYU just lost at 10. So, Penn State's not going to drop that far. I wouldn't think. But just too many damn mistakes. 4th and 7 from the 11 after that incompletion. Here's your ball game. Roberson rolling out. And I don't know who the hell you're throwing to, but there's nobody there. It's incomplete. And Iowa can take one final kneel down with 2 seconds to play. And the Iowa Hawkeyes will defeat the Penn State Nittany Lions 23-20 in a game really Penn State should never have lost. But I'll leave that at that. They'll get to 6-0. Their winning streak will extend to 12 games. Penn State's going to lose for the first time since they lost to Iowa the Saturday before Thanksgiving last year. Ending their 9-game winning streak. And we'll drop to 5-1 before the bye week next week. And then Illinois rolls right here into Happy Valley on the 23rd. As Iowa puts up 23 today and defeats the Nittany Lions by 3, 23-20 as the clock strikes 0. They're going to storm the field. I get it's a big win, but I don't know why you need to storm the field right now by any means. But Iowa wins it. And credit and congrats to Kirk Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes. They defeat Penn State 23-20. Good game from start to finish. Close once again. Now 4 of the last 5 have been decided by less than 6 points. Always comes down to the wire with these two. They're not going to meet for a few years with the scheduling in the Big Ten. So whenever they do meet again, of course, Penn State's going to be looking for some revenge from this game here tonight on October the 9th, 2021. Underway with Notre Dame and Virginia Tech, along with Michigan, and out in Lincoln, Nebraska, with the Cornhuskers hosting the Wolverines. As Iowa, 23-20 winners against Penn State. I mean, where should I start? Where should I start? That's the question. I'll start it with running game and I'll end it with running game because that's the main focus. Penn State football cannot run the football. It's absolutely mind-boggling and absolutely pathetic that you have 5 running backs. Noah Cain, Kevon Lee. Where the hell was John Lovett at today? Devin Ford, Keziah Holmes. There is not one, let alone all 5, that can run football for Penn State right now. Where is the running game? Fix it. You'll solve all your problems. Post-game interview with Kirk Ferentz in the tunnel as they get off the field for this interview. See what he has to say. Utmost respect for Iowa. Said that earlier. He's the longest tenured head coach of college football right now. His name came up for the Penn State job a few times. He's from Pittsburgh originally. Has stayed in Iowa City. He'll go down. Hell, he's already the winningest coach in program history, surpassing Hayden Fry a couple years ago. And Iowa deserved to win this. They did. They made a play when they had to, and Penn State didn't because they can't run the fucking football. I just don't understand how you can't run the football. It's absolutely pathetic. Just ridiculous. So, yeah, 4 of the last 5 games with these two have been decided by less than 6 points now. 3 today, 5 2 years ago, 6 a year before that, and 2 the year prior. And then in 16 and 20, Penn State and Iowa, respectively, had blowout wins against one another. Before then, they met, of course, 2012, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7 in the years from 2007, 2007 to 2012, 2012. But now, as Kirk Ferentz adds another win in the win column for Iowa in the year, 6-0 for the Hawkeyes. Penn State drops 5-1. I'm sure Franklin will have his arms crossed during his press conference looking at his notes. It starts with me. I got to do a better job. Blah, 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 fucking blah. We've heard it how many fucking times. Kirk Ferentz gets a 10-8 all time against the blue and white.
Yes. So, what do you say? Switch the team over with me?
Yeah, they're not going to meet for a few years with the Big Ten schedule. I know Illinois Northwestern are going to be the crossover for Penn State moving ahead over the next few years. So, you know, of course, we'll see one who's coaching, who's playing then. Hell, this could be the last time Penn State faces a Kirk Ferentz Iowa Hawkeye team. Because he's one getting up there in age. Will he retire? Probably not. Doesn't need to. Iowa's been consistent. Maybe every once in a while, every few years, you know, they have a down year. Like I said, really, they're 11 now, 12 game winning streak. Iowa here, as they haven't lost since last Halloween. Same day Penn State lost to Ohio State last Saturday. Actually, last October on a Saturday night, excuse me. Coming up on a year here in a few weeks. Last Saturday, Penn State defeated Indiana 24-0. But today they, of course, lose their first since they lost to Iowa last November as well. First loss since then. But really, Iowa, that 11-game, now 12-game winning streak should be even longer than that. Because they hadn't lost the game by more than 10 points since November of 2018. That has to speak for something. That's consistency. Winning, losing, or not. That's consistency. Iowa's going to be the favorite in the Big Ten West. I mean, they were coming into this game for one. Now, the favorite in the East, with Penn State and Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, and Penn State, Michigan State playing in a few weeks. It really is going to be one of those four teams. I don't know who. You know, I'd have to say after Penn State loses today, and the way Ohio State's looked after the loss to Oregon, it'll be the Buckeyes, followed by the Wolverines. They're underway, though, right now at Nebraska. And then, you know, I get, okay, Penn State hasn't played Ohio State. Penn State hasn't played Michigan. Penn State hasn't played Michigan State yet either. You know, they'll take each other out. But yeah, Ohio State has to be the favorite in the East, Michigan, and then I'd say it's tied with Penn State and Michigan State right now. But that game's not until after Thanksgiving, so you know, Penn State loses 23-20 here. Ohio State won, Michigan, if they win, Michigan State won earlier. Hell, Penn State might drop out of the top 10 below all those other three Big Ten East schools. But at the same time, Ohio State didn't play Iowa today. Michigan's not playing Iowa right now. They're playing at Nebraska. Michigan State didn't play Iowa. They beat Rutgers. Barely. Next on Fox, it'll be Utah and USC from the Coliseum. So start the James Franklin USC rumors once again. But, yeah, like I said, once again, Penn State deserved to lose this because they couldn't run the football, couldn't run the clock out, couldn't run clock management right, for one. And Iowa deserved to win because they made more plays late. And even with as good as both defenses played, their defense late in the game made more stops than Penn State's did, even though Penn State's defense made stop after stop after stop and got off the field. But the problem is they can't move it on offense. They cannot run the football. That's where they need to start. Up front line of scrimmage, gotta be able to block better for one. Hopefully Sean Clifford's all right. But they gotta fix the running game, especially if Taquan Roberson's going to be the starting quarterback moving forward. Like, how hard is that to understand? You know, another close one with these two. But, you know, what can you do when, you know, we're just fans for one. You know, we can sit here and bitch and complain all we want. But when, yeah, they can't, like, it just blows my mind. Iowa has a total of 9 interceptions the past 2 weeks, 16 on the year, leading the country. That has to speak for something. You know, their defense is damn good, and they're going to go far. I don't know what their schedule looks like moving ahead. I do know Iowa next week, they host Purdue, who was off today in the Big Ten, along with Indiana, Minnesota, and Northwestern. And then Iowa will be off in a few weeks, as they were coming off that Friday night win at Maryland last week. Penn State, of course, defeated Indiana. Top 5 undefeated showdown here from Iowa City today. And the Hawkeyes defeat the Nittany Lions 23-20 again. So, yeah. They're going to wrap up post-game here and take us to Utah USC, which I'm going to throw on a different TV. So we'll have Utah USC, Notre Dame, Virginia Tech, along with Michigan, Nebraska. And then once 8 o'clock rolls around here in a few minutes, Alabama and Texas A&M, with actually Michigan, Nebraska on the big TV, and then Alabama A&M on the second largest, with Notre Dame, Virginia Tech, and Utah USC on the others. So another good day of college football, no doubt about it. Definitely does suck Penn State lost for the first time since November the 21st, 2020. So I don't know where everybody was that day last year by any means, but here today, almost a full year later, Penn State's kryptonite is not the Pittsburgh Steelers, but they do wear black and gold, and they are the Iowa Hawkeyes. Losing in back-to-back contests against the Hawkeyes after in 19 they won by 5, 18 they won by 6, and 17 they won by 2. And then 16 and 20, like I said, Penn State blew out Iowa, and Iowa blew out Penn State respectively. Those other 3 close games could have went either way, and they could have been Iowa wins even though they were Penn State wins. Iowa has had Penn State's hand, no doubt about it. They have. I can't lie. You got to give respect. You got to give credit where credit is due. So, yeah. I mean, come on. Michigan, Nebraska, tied at 0 with the Wolverines and Cornhuskers. I know the corn's going to still grow in Iowa and Nebraska here today, tonight. Of course, it's that time of year, though. If it wasn't knee-high by the 4th, well, not going to be good, but life's going to go on. You know, it's one game. It's a tough loss, very tough loss, no doubt about it. How does Penn State bounce back, though? You know? How does James Franklin, Mike Yursich, Brent Pry, and the rest of the Penn State Nittany Lions that wear blue and white, offense, defense, special teams, how do they bounce back from this? I know they have a bye week next week, and then Illinois, and then at Ohio State, and then we'll get into November. They still have the potential to be a very special team here in 2021 after starting 0-5 last year, 5-0 this year, and now 5-1 with a 23-20 loss on the road, I might add, in a hostile environment. Now Kinnick Stadium, Iowa City against the Iowa Hawkeyes in a top 5 showdown. It's not like they got upset. Okay? They lost to a damn good team. They lost to the 3rd-ranked Iowa Hawkeyes when Penn State was ranked 4th in the country. Coming in, nobody was talking about this game, and it comes down to the wire. Iowa deserved to win. Penn State, not so much. We'll see what Franklin has to say. I'm sure it's going to be the same old fucking bullshit as it always is. And like I said, that's why I said start the USC rumors with them, along with maybe LSU looking for a new head coach. Maybe he takes over for Urban Meyer in Jacksonville if Urban doesn't return next year with everything he's got cooking. Just a week ago that he was finger blasting some college chick in a bar. I wonder what he's doing this weekend, getting ready for the Titans tomorrow. I'll have live watch along reactions to the NFL tomorrow and on Monday night with Monday Night Football, Monday Night Raw as well, so be sure to tune in then. But, I mean, man, seriously. Like, how the hell do you lose a game like this when you had it? You had it. Penn State had this game won. Can't run the football. Poor clock management. I mean, even with all the penalties and injuries, the turnovers what killed them. Plain and simple. Turnovers, can't run the football. Defense played extremely well. You can't ask much more by that Penn State defense today, even with a loss. It sucks, you know, they played, like I said, so damn good and they still lose. But what can you do? You know? Like, seriously, what can you do in a situation like this? Other than, well, yeah, we can say we could have played better. Yeah, no shit. Anybody can say that. Anybody can play better. They got a lot to fix. They have a lot to work on, and it starts up front. They have to fix the line of scrimmage. Can't have as many false start penalties as they had. Officiating really wasn't that bad. They just shot themselves in the foot too many times. With all those false starts. Officiating was even. It was down the middle, I thought it was. Penn State just killed themselves with penalties. Back themselves up. Backup quarterback with Clifford out. Can't run the ball. Yeah, defense played extremely well. Go back to those 2 drops by Brenton Strange on 3rd down. There's 2 first down conversions to keep those respective drives moving. And who knows what would have happened there, you know? Curtis Jacobs and Daquan Hardy stepped up along with Keandre Lambert-Smith here this afternoon. Parker Washington disappeared in the second half. I mean, other than that, you know, there's not really much else to be said. I'm sure I'll continue to blab here for a little while longer. So thank you for sticking around, but just very frustrating. Very frustrating.
When you're driving to Lincoln, stress seems to evaporate into
Penn State had a 17-10 lead at the half, but it's a 60-minute game. They lose in the third and fourth quarters 13-3 and lose 23-20 overall. Clifford, as he was injured right before halftime, finished 15-25 for $146, 2 interceptions. Taquan Roberson, 7-21, 34 passing yards, and 2 interceptions. Spencer Petras, on the flip side for Iowa, was 17-31, 195 yards passing, 2 touchdowns and an interception. Tyler Goodson, Iowa rushing, 25 carries, 88 yards. Ivory Kelly Martin, 5 carries, 15 yards rushing. And then this is when it gets good. I mean bad. Very, very bad. You could probably put as many varies before bad as you wish, but it's not going to get any better. When your starting quarterback that went down with an injury before halftime finishes in the stat book leading the team in rushing, you have a serious fucking problem. Okay? Sean Clifford, 3 carries for 36 yards rushing and a touchdown. And then when your backup quarterback, Taquan Roberson, finishes 3rd in rushing for the game, only 3 yards behind one of your few starting running backs, in Kevon Lee, who had 10 carries for 30 yards. Roberson had 10 carries for 27 yards rushing. Once again, you have a serious fucking problem with running the football. Fix it. It needs to change. If you were able to run the football today, along with work the clock, poor clock management skills, with as good as you played on defense, Penn State, you would have won. Noah Cain had 8 carries for 15 yards and a touchdown. And then both teams receiving. As Iowa won and Penn State didn't, yeah. A blind person could see that. At least hear it. I don't know about Helen Keller by any means, but Keandre Lambert-Smith, 5 catches, 61 yards. Jahan Dodson, 8 catches, 48 yards. Parker Washington, 3 catches, 26 yards. Cam Sullivan-Brown, 2 catches, 16 yards. Brenton Strange, 1 catch, 15 yards. Would have had a few more catches and a few big first down conversions on 3rd down. It's like after Clifford went down with an injury, they just... Of course, your starting quarterback gets hurt. Backup quarterback has no experience, for one. And if he does, he's not really that good. You know, no wonder the switch was flipped. And, you know, they couldn't hold on to their lead. And, you know, no wonder they just lost. Some team stats. Penn State started. Okay? It's not always how you start, but it's how you finish. Penn State, they started well on 3rd down. 5 for 5. But they finish 5 for 16. That means they went 0 for 11 on every 3rd down conversion afterwards. Pathetic. Plus 0 for 3 on 4th down. Pathetic. Turnovers. What did I say at the start? Whoever doesn't turn the ball over is going to win. Iowa did once, but Penn State threw 4 interceptions. Iowa wins. Penn State couldn't find a running game. They lose again. because of it. No wonder they started 0-5 last year and then sort of found their way late with still no running game. It's there, but it's not consistent. They need to go back square one to the basics, fundamentally sound football, learn how to run the football. And look at the time of possession. Iowa had the ball a good 10 minutes more than Penn State did today. 35-50 to 24-07. And hey, you play this game, you know, any day of the week, any day of the month, any day of the year, 24/7, 365, the way Penn State played today, yeah, Iowa's probably going to beat them all 364, all 365, 66, depending on if it's leap year or not. Because, like, man, I tell you what, just absolutely pathetic. Couldn't have started any worse. Interception on the first play of the game by Penn State. Iowa capitalizes with a field goal. Penn State then scored 17 unanswered and led 17-10 at the half. And both Iowa touchdowns were near side, diving for the pylon. However, they were in for touchdowns. So they were touchdowns. They looked at them. So you can't take them off the board. I mean, you do, they win. But even so, who knows? They probably still find a way to lose because they can't run the fucking football. So 17 unanswered, 17-10 was your halftime score as Iowa cut it right before the half. 20-10, 2013, 2016. Iowa, one play. That's all they needed for their next drive. And they got one touchdown and took it. Led by 3, 23-20. Get a few fourth down stops on defense. And the Iowa Hawkeyes defeat the Penn State Nittany Lions today 23-20. Penn State's defense played extremely well from start to finish. Feel so bad for everybody on defense right now because the offense just completely fucking sucks. At least in the back, they cannot run the football. Like I said, you find a running game, it's going to open up the rest of the playbook. Defense continues to play well. You'll be all right, okay, and you'll win. Now, I thought Penn State did do a little bit better job stopping the run today, but stat-wise, no. You look at that, okay, no, they still suck at stopping the run. They can't run it either on offense. But, yeah, defense played well. Iowa's defense played better late when they needed to. That's the thing. Penn State, when they needed to, they couldn't do whatever they needed to do. Start with running the football, stop with making a stop, you know, because that game-winning touchdown that it became with, what was it, 6 minutes and like 36 seconds to play, I think. About 6.5, 6:26, 6:36, somewhere in there. Between 6 and 7 minutes, I'll say. That Spencer Petras found, who was it? I think it was Nico who had the game-winning receiving touchdown, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, as he finished 4 catches, 73 yards, and a score. As that ended up going down as the longest play of the afternoon by either team. 44 yards. Next closest was 42 by Iowa as well, Keegan Johnson. Penn State had a few 20-yard plays, 30-yarder on a catch and run by Keandre Lambert-Smith. You know, it's what defense bends but doesn't break again here, you know? Turnovers killed Penn State. The special teams aspect to it, there's nothing in the return game by any means, but Iowa was able to pin Penn State deep. How many times today? And the bad starting field position compared to the good starting field position for Penn State, completely different game. They couldn't do anything and backed up inside the 10-yard line. Start at 25 or further on downfield, they get a good drive going, So they can't pick up their third top 25 win of the season. Penn State loses for the first time since last November. 9-game winning streak comes to an end as they drop to 5-1. Iowa gets to 6-0. Also today, though, in the Big Ten, Ohio State defeated Maryland. Michigan State defeated Rutgers. Wisconsin defeated Illinois. Iowa, of course, just defeated Penn State 23-20. As Indiana, Minnesota, Purdue, and Northwestern are all on bye weeks right now. Michigan, Nebraska tied at 0 as they near the end of the first quarter. Next week, Penn State's going to be on a bye before Illinois rolls right here in Happy Valley in 2 weeks' time on the 23rd of October. Iowa will have a bye in 2 weeks, but they host Purdue next week. As the Boilermakers will roll into Iowa City, take on the Iowa Hawkeyes, who will probably remain the third-ranked team in the country. Should get to 7-0, I would think, before their bye week. But the bye week for Penn State, really, depending on how bad Clifford's injured, comes at a perfect time. With that, fixing literally everything. Except just don't do a whole lot of changing or moving on defense. Just allow the defense to continue to play well. Defense has played great all season long. Got caught up against a good one today in the Iowa Hawkeyes, losing by 3, 23-20. But they got to fix the running game. You got to find one first, then fix it. Because I'm sure once they do find it, it'll still be non-existent as is now. So find a running game. Fix all the mistakes with the turnovers and the penalties. Hopefully everybody can get healthy that went down with an injury today as well, including Sean Clifford, along with PJ Mustipher and a few others. But, I mean, man, it's just... I really don't know what else to say. I don't. It's pathetic. It is. It's like, I don't understand how you cannot run the football, especially in the Big Ten of all conferences, in the month or months of September, October, November, especially those latter two. When the weather's cold, home, way, neutral site, you have a lead. Today on the road, 10-7, dwindled to 4. They give it up. They trail by 3 then. And you can't run the football late in the game to run the clock out. Just pathetic. It's how in the hell did you let this happen? Plain and simple, end of story. But I'll tell you how they let it happen, because even with as good as the defense played, no running game, tight ends non-existent in the offense on offense, backup quarterback for one as well, which you can't really blame Roberson, but he did throw 2 interceptions, as did Clifford. But then after Clifford went down, they made plays, they scored a few more points, but not many. It was 3-0. 17 unanswered, 17-3. 17-10 at the half. Once again, 20-10, 20-13, 20-16. They lose by 3, 23-20. So they only score 3 points in the last 30 minutes of the game in the second half. Just shaking my damn head. Yeah. Iowa for sure burned it down today. Stormed the field with the win, defeating Penn State 23-20. As Michigan and Nebraska are all going to be tied up at 0 at the end of the first quarter here, it looks like. So, Big Ten fans, that's the only big game on tonight. It's on ABC if anybody's interested. On CBS, Alabama, Texas A&M, ACC Network, Notre Dame, and Virginia Tech, SEC Network, LSU, Kentucky, and then on Fox, Utah, USC. Those are your good games right now. That'll take us to later on tonight, and then the nightcap, and then NFL action tomorrow. Much longer action here on YouTube: Broncos Steelers, along with Bills Chiefs, and then on Monday night with Monday Night Football, Colts Ravens, and WWE Monday Night Raw. So just very frustrating. Very frustrating. Biting my tongue on a few things I really want to say, but I'll digress there. So, I mean, for the most part, I've said my piece. Probably going to be a rough 2 weeks, a tough loss here, getting over it, especially with a bye week in between. But the bye week comes at a perfect time, and then Illinois. So that should be a win. But then it's Ohio State. Maryland, you would think is going to be a win. Michigan. Rutgers, you'd think is going to be a win. And then Michigan State. I mean, at worst, probably 8-4. At best, of course, went out 11-1. Get a rematch with Iowa in the Big Ten title game. But yeah, just very frustrating. Wish in celebration, but even in frustration as well. You know, could be celebrating with Tom Arnold's sister right about now. But hey, you win some, you lose some. And today, the Iowa Hawkeyes defeat the Penn State Lions 23-20, as that is in fact your final score. Iowa advances 6-0, 3-0 in the Big Ten. Penn State will fall to 5-1, 2-1 in the conference as well, with a bye week looming next weekend before Illinois and at Ohio State to close out the month of October. So let me know in the comments below what you thought of Penn State, Iowa this afternoon. And thank you for tuning in and listening. Audio only due to technical difficulties just prior to kickoff with my live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube with the Penn State Lions and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Big Ten top 5 battle with now a 5-1 and a 6-0 team, as Iowa also covers by about a point. So Vegas wins again. How they get it right all the damn time, I have no idea. I don't think anybody does. But yes, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share, as mentioned in the comments below, what you thought of Penn State, Iowa. What you think Penn State, of course, needs to do better. If you see them getting through the bye week, hopefully healthy, and defeating Illinois in a few weeks, which I'd expect to be about a 95% chance to win there. But then they still have to go on the road a couple more times. 3 to be exact. At Ohio State, at Maryland, and at Michigan State. With 3 more home games. So it's even. It's even. It starts with a home game. You go on the road twice. You get 2 more home games. Rutgers for Senior Day. The Saturday before Thanksgiving. Last time Penn State lost to these Iowa Hawkeyes as well. Kryptonite, as Iowa defeats Penn State. Penn State starts a winning streak, and then the Lions lose to Iowa again. And then it ends with another road game. And then we'll get into the postseason when we get there. 1 game at a time still. 1-0. I'm sure they'll beat up on each other this week during the bye week. Just hopefully get through the rest of the season 100% healthy. Get Sean Clifford back for 1. Because it's going to start there as well, along with the running game. Because Taquan Roberson sure as hell ain't the answer at quarterback. I can tell you that right now. I don't know what Christian Vayu's got up his sleeve, but maybe give him a chance if, of course, Clifford's not going to be able to go. You got a few other quarterbacks on the roster, but, you know, they're not worthy of starting. No offense, but no. They'll have to figure something out. Yeah, no doubt about it. But got to fix the running game. Got to fix the running game. Too many mistakes. Poor clock management. You know, all the injuries and all the penalties. Yeah, those hurt, especially those false starts to back them up. One after another after another. Turnovers killed them though. No running game and the turnovers. That is why Penn State lost today. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. I'm sure it's pure silence in the visiting pink locker rooms in Iowa City at Kinnick Stadium for the Penn State Nittany Lions. And hell, the Hawkeyes are probably blaring some Slipknot right about now. But, yeah. No running game, turnovers, poor clock management. Feel bad. So fucking bad for the defense. They played extremely well. And Penn State really didn't deserve to lose this, but in the end, one team wins, one team loses. Iowa's winning streak continues. Penn State's is snapped at 9. They'll have to start another one in a few weeks. Hope to, at least. With the tough schedule remaining. And, you know, we'll go from there. So, yeah. Running game, turnovers, poor clock management. Because they could have drained that clock. I don't know how many more minutes in the fourth quarter. With a lead, I might add. With a lead. And then Iowa gets it back. One play. They take a lead. Kick the extra point. Go up 3. Couple defensive stands. And they hold on to win. So congrats to Iowa. The Iowa Hawkeyes, for the second consecutive year, defeat the Penn State Nittany Lions by a final score of 23-20. Iowa, from what I can recall, has not won 2 in a row against Penn State since they won, it would have been 3 in a row, 2008, 2009, 2010. So, because, yeah, they met in 11 and 12. Penn State won both of those. 13, 14, 15 didn't play. So it'll probably be another 3-4 years before Penn State and Iowa meet up again. And then 16 Penn State won, 17 Penn State won, 18 Penn State won, 19 Penn State won, 20 and 21, Iowa wins both. And like I said, now for the 4th time in the last 5 meetings, this matchup with Penn State and Iowa has been decided by less than 6 points. Now a total of 16 points. Close game. Continue to expect that for the rest of eternity when these two teams meet on the gridiron. But, yeah, I'll leave it at that because what defense bends but doesn't break? It was Penn State for the most part all day until late. Give a big play. Iowa took the lead. Penn State on offense, though, can't do jack. So Iowa wins that. They won the turnover battle. They won special teams, pinning Penn State deep, making them drive. They couldn't. Running game, turnovers, and poor clock management for Penn State. That's exactly why they lost today. Forget about the penalties, even though those killed too. And forget about the injuries, and hopefully everybody can get healthy. But no running game, 4 interceptions. Credit to Iowa's defense, though, their secondary. They had 5 last week, 4 today. They lead the country with a total of 16 picks all season long. No running game, the turnovers, and just poor clock management because they could have ran it out and picked up the win. And it would have been a huge road win. But now really all Penn State can hope for is, well, you want to look that far ahead. Okay, but still one thing at a time. Get through the bye week and get by Illinois. Start there. But really right now, all Penn State can hope for, if they'd ever want a rematch with Iowa before they don't play them again for a few years, would be to get by Illinois. Ohio State, Maryland, Michigan, Rutgers, and Michigan State have Iowa continue to win. I mean, it's going to come down to, for the most part, I would think, definitely Iowa. Yeah, no doubt. But then Wisconsin, I mean, Nebraska, Northwestern, and Minnesota with Purdue and Illinois on the back end of that, coming out of the West in that order probably. All those teams are going to play one another anyway. And hope for a rematch in the Big Ten championship game. Which, you know, not necessarily a long shot, but not ruling it out. First off, you got to take care of your own business first before you get there. So we'll see if they can do that. We'll see how Penn State bounces back from this. That's my big question. That's what I want to know. Because if they continue to play like shit and continue not being able to run the football, defense plays well, but they can't really run, or, you know, they're too flat. They're too one-dimensional. Okay? Because if they can't progress from here and they go downhill or they just stay steady, well, they're done for. You know, they're going to lose a few more games by the end of the season if that's the case. So, yeah. I'll leave it at that. So, once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Live watch along, audio only. Reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coy and Luke 96, signing off this evening with Iowa defeating Penn State. Tough loss for Blue and White, a very tough loss. 23-20 your final score, with the Hawkeyes defeating the Nittany Lions in the big one, in the Big Ten this afternoon. So once again, yes, 23-20, Iowa, your winner over Penn State. And once again, thank you for tuning in and listening to my live watch-along, audio-only reactions live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coy and Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up, share, chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated as well. Hopefully you'll tune in for more live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube with college football. Next one in 2 weeks with Penn State hosting Illinois. That'll be a noon kick for homecoming Generations of Greatness. And, of course, along with the NFL rolling on tomorrow, we'll have Steelers hosting the Broncos, along with Chiefs hosting the Bills. Monday night with Monday Night Football, Monday Night Raw in the NFL and WWE, respectively. So, yes, be sure to tune back in for more live watch-along reactions. College football, the NFL, and professional wrestling. But today, in college football, the Iowa Hawkeyes, as I've said my piece, defeat the Penn State Nittany Lions once again by a final score of 23-20. Iowa will host Purdue next week. Penn State on a bye week before hosting Illinois in 2 weeks' time. Hope to see everybody then for those live watch-along reactions for Penn State's homecoming matchup with the Fighting Illini from Champaign, Illinois. With the Illinois Fighting Illini rolling in right here at Happy Valley for the 2021 homecoming game and the Generations of Greatness uniform to be worn that afternoon as well at noon Eastern, 12 noon, high noon, in 2 weeks' time before Penn State once again hits the road. So they're unbeaten at home, 4-0, but they're 1-1 now on the road, defeating Wisconsin and losing to Iowa. So got to go to Ohio State and Maryland along with Michigan State before Illinois, Michigan, Rutgers roll right here in Happy Valley as well. But one game at a time. One game. We'll see how they bounce back. That's the big question. See if they can fix the running game. Fix everything that's caused them issues. Been mistakes so far this year. But today it was a running game, as it's been all year for one. But the running game, the turnovers, they can't turn the ball over 4 times and expect to win, plain and simple. Along with not being able to run the football late when you have a lead and expect to hold on to win. Especially even with your defense playing as good as they were. No. Nope. So, we'll see where we go from here. No question about that. But how does Penn State bounce back? How does Penn State bounce back? I'll leave you with that with a 23-20 Iowa victory over the visiting blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions this afternoon in college football. Thank you once again for tuning in. As always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Iowa with a 3-point 23-20 win over the Penn State Nittany Lions.